Good morning. We have some matters with the jury, with two jurors who have tested positive for COVID. And they will not be able to continue. They've confirmed the positive tests by sending them to the clerk of court, who has forwarded copies to me. And I've spoken with each of those jurors, and they are one is symptomatic, and one had a cough and sore throat, and they've both been relieved. So we have two alternates, two alternates that'll become part of the regular panel. So we'll need to do that this morning. Any comment?
Your Honor, and after great consternation, having just gotten over COVID myself over the Christmas holidays, and did a little studying on it, my understanding is that if you've been exposed to somebody with COVID, it can be up to 5 days before you exhibit symptoms. My only concern is that we don't create a train wreck with this jury that's testing negative now, and in an abundance of caution, should we not, and I hate to use the word delay, but that's what it would be, till some health professional will tell us that if they were exposed last Friday when they were together, they would show symptoms or test positive by Tuesday or Wednesday. I mean, I'm not trying to, trust me, it's an economic disaster for us to continue.
We've had a doctor who came and tested them this morning, and who recommends that they be tested again on Wednesday.
So,
and she is a doctor who fully understands the CDC guidelines and other precautions, and so your concern is being addressed by the court.
Are you going to keep together between now and Wednesday?
Yes, and we've recommended that they have agreed to wear masks, as everyone in here probably should, other than the essential people who have to talk all the time. But my focus primarily is with the jurors. Of course, our camera person, I noticed they tend to wear masks, and most others do not, and some clerk personnel. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my only other concern is, well, I understand the clerk of court is out with COVID.
Yes.
And one of her...
And her staff, they've been tested, and they're all negative.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I want to make sure that this, as you do, that this jury does not infect each other, and then we're in a position none of us want to be.
Or infect me or you. We all have that same concern, and the jurors are aware of that, and they have a positive attitude about it, and according to the doctor who administered the test to them this morning.
The last question would be, do you have masks? That I didn't bring a mask. Do we have
masks? I have one right here, and my clerk has one right there, and we have a few others in the back. You're welcome to have one of them if you would like to have it. The clerk staff, she's going somewhere. Are you heading towards masks or something?
Are we good? Yeah. Okay, we're good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Yeah, I was going to echo the same concern that, if we have the two who are released and then we have it kind of spread through those that are remaining, and again, this is not what I want to do at all, if some sort of delay to see what happens, because in talking with the defense as we first heard about these issues, I think we were both in agreement that we would rather, if forced to delay a little bit rather than end up with a mistrial and be unable to continue at all. And that would just be my only point that I would raise at this time. And we could have two. If we go ahead and release them, then we could have some others become symptomatic, and we just have to wait a few days for it to run its course. But that would be my only thought and recommendation. But obviously, you've had a doctor come in here and discuss a course of action.
And Your Honor, we would concur that, and again, trust me, I'm not interested in delaying this at all. But what I don't want is to run the risk that we have a mistrial because they all get COVID or they all get symptomatic. It just seems to me if by Wednesday they know, it might be prudent to adjourn for a couple of days. And I'm not questioning your decision. I'm just concerned that we not, and if they have masks on, that's great, but when they go back in the jury room to drink the water or have lunch or whatever they're going to do, they'll have those masks off. It's not 100%. I caught COVID the first week of this, the second week of December. It took me 3 weeks to get over it, and I don't want to lose this jury.
We don't want to either. And again, if we were going to do that, I would say then with the two that have tested positive, we would, at least keep them in the bullpen, I guess, until we figure that out or see what happens over the next couple of days.
The two with COVID, they have been released from jury service, and here's the mask carrier is right behind you there. Yeah, fortunately, we selected, wisely selected 6 alternates, and we'll be down to 5 or 4 following 3 following the release of these 2. And of course, we have no way of knowing. We just have to take precautions, as we all do, as we navigate through life during this period of time. And we need 12 to deliberate, so that's the goal. That's why you have alternates. Of course, anytime you have a trial that's protracted, that goes on and on and on and on, then you run the natural risk of attrition, and which we are experiencing now. Be it COVID or some other problem, the longer we stay here, the longer something will happen to various folks involved.
All I say about how long this is going on, I'm reminded of a quote from Jerry Spence, the famous trial lawyer in the Silkwood case. In that case, which went not much longer than we are, he said, "We began this trial in the winter, we finished it in spring. I thought we would grow old together." So I'm beginning to feel much like Mr. Spence, but hopefully we can finish the state's case this week and we can begin our case.
Yes. With regard to selection of the next 2 jurors to become part of the 12, the clerk has placed the juror numbers of the remaining jurors in a box. And statute requires that they be selected. I think the word is by lot. Any objection to a clerk, member of the clerk staff, selecting the next 2?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, if you will pull number 1, Madam Clerk. All right, and you can tell us what juror number it is.
Juror number 441.
Number 441 becomes a member of the regular panel. And the next one?
Juror 326.
Number 326 will become.
No, juror numbers of those that were excused.
Yes, of course. The jurors who have now been excused, juror 220. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
220 and 528. Yes, sir.
Mr. Waters and I are responding as this develops, and I'm not trying to, it's a joint concern. We have a huge gallery out here. Are we exposing ourselves to more risk by having them there?
Yeah, probably so.
Having brought that to your attention,
Well,
would
would you like me to issue a mask mandate for everyone in the courtroom? Other than witnesses who are testifying and people who have to speak openly in court, like the judge and lawyers?
Yeah, I think it would mitigate it.
Well, and aside from a mask mandate, we might, have a little bit of social distancing, a little less numbers might be warranted. I mean, none of us want to limit anything, but we're in a different paradigm, and both of us have a concern about getting this thing to the end without it COVID causing it to fall apart. And that's the paramount concern for both the state and the defense and the court, I know.
And, Your Honor, half our alternates are gone now. Half our alternates are gone. We're 3 weeks in, 3 jurors down. At this rate, we could have a problem.
We need to have somebody give a little thermometer thing at the door.
We'll leave all that with the clerk staff. They are able to monitor that, I believe. I'm not going to order any social distancing. It will mean we cannot order any social distancing with the jurors. Of course, when COVID came in initially, we reversed the courtroom and had the jurors seated in the audience, and that was our means of keeping them socially distanced. I think we can require masks because people who are in the audience are here for the most part of their own volition, and they can watch it all on TV if they do not wish to wear masks. But I'm not going to order any social distancing, and for the moment we're going to encourage everyone here to mask up for your own protection as well as the protection of these proceedings and of each other, and then we'll explore how far we need to go with that as the day progresses. Otherwise, is there anything else before the jury comes?
Your Honor, one other matter, and I just to let you know some developments over the weekend. Back in March of 2022, there had been search warrants prior to that issued to GM, in particular for OnStar data. And in March of 2022, GM sent a letter to law enforcement, to SLED, in which they advised, aside from some basic sort of ownership information and that sort of thing, that they had no data. Late Friday after court, Friday evening, I got a call from John Conrad, who, of course, as Your Honor is aware, has been handling a lot of that digital evidence, who had received a communication from GM stating that probably because the trial was going on and maybe in response somebody was watching the testimony of Fafosky, that they had gone back and looked again, and this time they found a lot of data that includes GPS location data from the Suburban that was that the defendant had on June 7th, 2021. That information came in Saturday evening, and I had a chance, of course, to look at it Sunday morning. I immediately called Mr. Griffin, and we talked, and we provided that information to them. And so that information's come in. Of course, when we became aware of it, the GM actually sent a letter with it saying, yeah, we told you back in March we didn't have anything, and we just found it, and here you go. And so we've actually had that data and provided it to the defense. Obviously, we'll let the defense speak for themselves, but we've done everything to facilitate their review of it. If anything, I think it confirms a lot about the timeline that we're both working within. So I don't know that they have any objection about that. We're just trying to absorb it on the fly, and it's a substantial amount of information. But I wanted to raise that to the court's attention and of those developments, and of course, let the defense speak for themselves.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, again, it is a massive amount of data. which we forwarded to our experts last night. They're beginning to look through it. Some of it is very helpful to us. We don't see it in any way contradicting the state's previous timeline, but the data can show you car speed, can show you GPS exactly where they were. It can show, just many things that we did not have before. And again, we can. This is not about who didn't do what when GM concedes they didn't give it. The problem is, there's not a problem. They're going to bring somebody from GM to authenticate it, as I understand it, and then give it to their expert, who they were going to use for a timeline anyway, and have him or her digest it. We will not be able to cross-examine their expert until our experts have a chance to digest it on a granular level. So I'm just giving the court a heads up. We got it to them yesterday. We suspect it's going to take them 2 or 3 days to do that. And so I know we're talking about having their rest of the case by Wednesday, and we're going to try to get ready by Wednesday. But I can't guarantee. I mean, again, we just got it yesterday. So the only hang up that once they authenticate it, before we cross-examine their expert, we need an opportunity to have our experts advise us what, if anything, we need to ask them. I mean, that's just, how it works.
And Your Honor, just to be clear about this particular data, there's 2 sets of data. The most important data to what we're doing, and again, it's confirmed by the timeline, it's just actually confirmatory of the timeline that we've been presenting to this jury. But we have specific location data points that are being logged every 30 seconds or so, or something like that, as well as vehicle speed. That's the crucial data that's in this from the relevant time period. There's another file that has some various sensor data that's logged, but in our initial review, I don't think there's going to be anything in that information that's going to be helpful to either side. And actually was talking with the defense counsel earlier, and they were able to load already, because I was going to suggest they do this, load that location data into Google Earth, and it works pretty well. So I think it's something that's going to be able to be digested fairly quickly, and at least in our review, it does not appear that there's any information in there that's different than the timelines that we were already working from. It's just much more specific and confirmatory of what had already been established.
Your Honor, with all due respect to Mr. Waters, his opinion on what's important to us is not. We find things in that other data he talks about that's not relevant or not of interest to them. That is of interest to us. An expert's it can't load it into Google Earth. You have to do some things with it to get it in a position. I mean, Mr. Barber, who's our computer whiz kid, was able to do the Google stuff yesterday, and indicates the other materials, the car function, are the doors locked, are they unlocked, is it in gear, is it not in gear, and the information about other functions of the vehicle. It's just amazing what they capture. I mean, it's scary, because they know everything about how you're operating your vehicle, and speed, where you are, all those sorts of things. We're getting that, and our experts are downloading it. We think there's some relevance to those other databases, but I can't represent to you here today that it is or it isn't, but we have seen a couple of things we think they're going to be very helpful to our case. So all I'm attempting to do, and let me make this clear, there's nothing, we're not implying in any way the state did anything untoward here. I want that perfectly clear. Now, GM, after all the money we gave them to bail them out, couldn't get this done. That may be another matter altogether. And somebody must have been watching the trial, because between the time the FBI agent testified and they got the data, it was less than 2 days, as I understand it. So somebody hit a button and generated that data in less than 40 hours or 48 hours. So it wasn't hard to access. Again, the state had nothing to do with this delay. I just wanted to raise with the court before they call their timeline expert. We may need some period of time to get our experts to get it digested and then get back with us.
At its core, it's an unexpected witness coming into the trial. I know there have been some cross-examination on that issue in general. So the state has now disclosed an additional witness, and certainly in fairness to the defense, you should have an opportunity to adequately prepare to confront that witness if need be, and I'm sure that witness is down the line, not the next witness the state is calling, since the state indicated that you expected to be through on Wednesday, and that did not include this witness. So you must have other witnesses and you should be ready to proceed with, and we'll deal with the other issue as it might come up.
And Your Honor, we'll keep you posted. We're going to, we're in court from 9:30 to get back till 6 or 6:30 to be able to talk to experts. So we're going to have to talk with them tonight. But again, we're somewhat constrained as to how much discussions we can have and at what time. Thank you.
And Your Honor, again, we're having to digest it as well, but it's going to be incorporated in our timeline witness who, yes, is not expected to be called, late tomorrow or Wednesday.
All right. Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Bring the jury. All right, very good. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, day number 16. Ladies and gentlemen, you might notice that a few of your jurors are missing. Those jurors have been excused. I see many of you are masked up, but we hopefully we do everything we can to keep everyone safe, including members of the court. I'm not going to order any wearing of masks by jurors, but encourage it. But we have excused 2 jurors and now we'll have 2 other jurors who will move up to be among the first 12 jurors. And that means we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Oh, still have 3 alternates remaining. So juror number 441. Who is 441? All right. Number 441, you're a member of the first 12. And juror number 326. 326, you're a member of the first 12. Of course, it doesn't matter where you sit. You just need to know that. And with that, we're ready to move forward. State's case, next witness.
Thank you.
The state calls Ryan Kelly.
Do you affirm the testimony about to give before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed in this.
You can adjust the mic. State your name again for the record, spell your last name.
Ryan Kelly, Kelly.
Your Honor, for the record, we're calling Agent Kelly for limited purposes this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Agent Kelly, could you please tell the jurors where you work?
I'm a special agent with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED.
And what is your position at SLED?
I'm a senior special agent.
And in your position as a senior special agent, were you involved in the investigation into the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at some exhibits here. State's Exhibit 464.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell
Yes,
us what
ma'am.
that is?
These are the buccal swabs of Philip Beach, Renee Beach, Robin Beach, and John Murdaugh.
And State's 465.
These are the buccal swabs of Ronald Freeman. Let's see.
466.
The buccal swab of Michael List.
467.
The buccal swab of Matthew Luce.
And 468.
It's a buccal swab I'm trying to see. It's a buccal swab of Curtis Smith.
And Agent Kelly, who collected those buccal swabs?
I did.
Okay, and how did you collect them?
We have a process where we put on rubber gloves and we have Q-tips that are sealed. We break the packaging, unseal the Q-tip. We insert one Q-tip into the side of their cheek and we obtain a buccal swab sample. We then remove the Q-tip, seal it in an envelope, seal the envelope. We then take the second Q-tip, which is in the packet. We break the seal, insert it into the other cheek where we swab. That Q-tip is then secured into a sealed envelope, and then the two separate sealed envelopes are then placed into a third envelope where it's sealed and signed an initial on the seal.
And you did that with each of these buccal swabs?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibits 464, 465, 466, 467, and 468.
They are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no further questions for Senior Special Agent Kelly at this time.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness.
Rachel Wynn.
Good morning. Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give before you this trial shall be the truth to help you God?
I do.
And to give you the witness stand.
You can adjust the mic if you have to. State your name again, please, for the record. Spell your last name.
Rachel Wynn, Nguyen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Agent Wynn, could you please tell the jurors who you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, most commonly known as SLED.
And how long have you worked at SLED?
I've worked at SLED for approximately 8.5 years.
Could you pull the microphone a little closer so we can make sure to hear you or speak up a little? Thank you. And what is your position at SLED?
I am a forensic scientist within the DNA casework department at the SLED Forensics Laboratory.
So what does that mean? Tell us a little bit more about your job.
Like my job duties?
Yes.
So I am responsible for direct DNA analysis when requested by a DNA analyst. What that is the beginning portion of the laboratory section component of DNA analysis. That involves DNA extraction as well as DNA quantitation. Extraction meaning to separate any possible DNA from a sample, such as a swab or a cutting. And quantitation would be to see how much, if any, is present in a sample. I'm also responsible for serology analysis as well as evidence processing. Serology analysis is body fluid identification. At SLED, we test for blood, semen, and saliva. Evidence processing would be to process items for possible touch DNA or ownership DNA. Touch DNA would be to retrieve any possible DNA on an item from handling it. ownership DNA would be potentially retrieving any DNA from wearing an article of clothing. In addition to those types of analysis, I also issue reports on my findings when appropriate. I am able to technically and administratively review reports by other serologists, and then I provide courtroom testimony when required.
Now, you must have some kind of special training and education to be able to do these things. Can you tell us about that?
So I have 2 Bachelor's of Science degrees from the University of New Haven, one in forensic science and one in biology. Upon being employed within the DNA casework department, I underwent approximately a year-long training program under a court-qualified forensic serologist. During this time, I was able to observe as well as practice the different types of serological analysis as well as evidence processing. I was also taught how to issue reports based on any findings, as well as technically and administratively review any reports issued by other serologists. I also was able to observe courtroom testimony. At the end of my training program, I then underwent a competency testing phase. This phase is to test my knowledge and abilities to perform these types of analysis independently. The competency testing phase was comprised of 4 elements: a written exam, an oral exam, a mock case to perform analysis on, as well as mock courtroom testimony. Once those 4 components were successfully completed, I was then deemed able to perform independent analysis on casework. In addition to my serology and evidence processing training, I also, as I mentioned, am trained in direct-to-DNA analysis. That was also an approximately year-long training program under a court-qualified DNA analyst. During that time, I was able to observe as well as practice the different types of protocols that are involved. At the end of that training program, once again, I went through a competency testing phase. It was comprised of the same 4 components, and I successfully completed all 4 components, and therefore am also able to perform independent analysis in the area of direct-to-DNA analysis.
I need you to speak into the mic a little better for my benefit, if not for the jury's benefit.
Okay, so, and Agent Wynn, have you testified in court before?
I have.
And how many times have you testified in court? Just
This
an
will
estimate.
This will be my 19th time.
And have you been qualified as an expert when you've testified in prior proceedings?
I have been qualified as an expert.
As an expert in forensic serology?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Agent Wynn as an expert in forensic serology.
No objection.
She is admitted as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Okay, Agent Wynn, you were working in the serology department back in June of 2021?
I was.
Okay. And did you examine some items from evidence in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 63 through 66. I'll have you take a look at these items for us. Are those items that you examined?
Yes, they are. I can identify these items because on the small manila envelopes contained within, I have written the unique case number that was assigned to this case at SLED, as well as each of their item numbers, my initials, and the date I opened the packaging.
Okay, and each of those items is a 300 blackout case.
Yes.
Okay, now what did you do with those items?
So when cartridge casings are submitted for touch DNA, which is what these were submitted for, we process them with a soaking method. So each cartridge case is placed within a tube, submerged within a solution, lightly shaken, and then it has to sit for at least 30 minutes. Once that 30 minutes is up, each individual cartridge case will then be removed from its tube. The solution will be placed with poured into a filtration unit. The cartridge case will be dried. It will be labeled with the individual item number and then placed on a rack to further dry thoroughly. The solution that is placed within this filtration unit, the filtration unit looks like an hourglass. So there's a chamber on the top and a chamber on the bottom, and it's separated by a filter. So the liquid that is being poured in the top chamber will filter through the center, which has a filter which we call an MVAC collection. The goal is that if there's any DNA present within these cartridge casings, it will be trapped within the filter. And then the water goes to the bottom. The solution. And then the filter is set out to dry for at least 24 hours. Once the filter is dried, it is then cut, prepared for analysis. So it is cut in half, placed in a tube, labeled with the case number, the item number, and then it is forwarded for further analysis. And that collection from these items was identified as SLED item 7.1.
You, State's Exhibit 459, you can tell us, is that what you collected from those cases there?
Yes, so within here is, as I mentioned, SLED item 7.1. Once again, I recognize this because it has the unique case number, the container number, my name and date on the outside, as well as my name and date on a seal at the top.
And what did you say you did when you collected the, I guess, disc? Would you say?
So once the MVAC collection or the filter is dried, I will cut it in half and then half again. So each water will be placed within a tube for DNA analysis. It's labeled with the unique case number, the item number, and it is forwarded for further analysis.
So you forwarded that to DNA for more analysis?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 459 into evidence.
Submitted.
All right. I'm going to show you tapes 33 and 34, which are fired shot shells. Did you perform any kind of testing on those two items?
Yes, so states 33 and states 34 are consistent with SLED item number 9 and 10, which were fired shot shells. These were also submitted to the laboratory for touch processing. These shot shells were swabbed for the touch collection. So basically I take 2 swabs, sterile swabs, and moisten one with the ionized water, and then I will rub it against the exterior of both of them and then leave them out to dry. Once the swabs are dried, I will then prepare them for DNA analysis, which involves just cutting a small portion from each swab, placing it within a tube, labeling it with the case number, the item number, and forwarding it for further analysis. For this, these swabs from the entire exterior of these 2 items were identified as item 10.1.
And I believe item 10.1 is also in State's Exhibit 459, which has been admitted. And you can open that if you need to.
Yes, this also contains item 10.1.
Which are the swabs from these shot shells here.
That is correct.
Okay. And then what did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
So they were prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 18, which I believe is your item 17.
Yes, so I recognize this from the same process. I have the unique case number, the item number, my initials, and the date I opened. Item 17, which is State's Exhibit 18. I also have my initials and date from when I sealed this pouch.
And now, what is that
Item 7, SLED's item 17 are swabs collected from exterior doorknob of storage room door.
And what did you do with that item?
So I prepared these swabs for DNA analysis. Once again, I just cut a small portion from the swabs and forwarded it for further analysis.
State's 259.
States 259 I do recognize for the same reason. I have the case number, the item numbers, my initials, and the date that I opened these items. Found within States 259 are items 15 and 16. Item 15 are swabs from Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun receiver forward of the loading port, and swabs identified as item 16 are swabs collected from barrel of Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun.
Now, did you do any testing of those swabs?
Yes. Items 15 and 16 had blood requests on them, so these were tested with our presumptive blood test. A presumptive test only indicates the possible presence of a body fluid, and how I did that is because since these are swabs, I took a Sero swab, moistened it with deionized water, then rubbed it gently upon the swabs that are identified as these items. I then tested that test swab for the possible presence of blood. Closer.
This is a personal conversation.
I'm sorry.
You know, the prosecutor is behind you, and you're looking at her, and the mic is in front of you, and Attorney General, if you would move in a different direction, the witness will speak in a different direction, and I can understand what she's saying, or she can speak louder, or speak into the mic rather than speaking to you.
Yes, so if you could please continue explaining what the item is, please.
Yes, so I tested these presumptively for the presence of blood. So item 15, which were the swabs from the receiver forward of the loading port of the Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun, tested positive for the possible presence of blood. Item 16, swabs collected from barrel of Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun, tested negative for the possible presence of blood. Both sets of swabs were forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
Okay, so at this point, we don't know, we just know there's blood.
There's the possible presence of blood on item 15.
Objecting to the leading question.
Pardon?
Objecting to the leading question.
All right. Please do not lead the witness and restate the question.
And what did you say was present or presumptively present on those items?
So item 15 was positive for the possible presence of blood. Item 16 was negative for the possible presence of blood.
And what did you do after you made those determinations?
So both of these sets of swabs were prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further testing.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 398. If you will take a look at those two items and tell the jury what those are.
State's Exhibit 398 are SLED items 22.4 and 22.5, which corresponds to item 22.5 is described as reddish-brown debris swabbed from the right side of item 22 receiver, and 22.5 is described as reddish-brown debris swabbed from the left side of the item 22 receiver above manufacturer information.
And what did you do with those items?
These items also had a blood request, so the same process as the previous items I just mentioned. I took a sterile swab, moistened it with deionized water, swabbed these swabs, and then with that test swab is what I tested for the presumptive blood test.
Could you please explain any results?
So both items 22.4 and 22.5 tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
And then what did you do with those items once you did the blood test?
These two sets of swabs were then prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further testing.
Now, there was a number of guns in this case that were processed. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Could you tell us about the testing you did on State's Exhibit 89, your item 30, the Mossberg shotgun?
So when items of evidence are submitted to the SLED laboratory, sometimes they have multiple requests of different departments. In this case, item 30, a Mossberg shotgun, had 3 requests for the latent prints department, for the DNA department, as well as the firearms department. So we try to organize it so that no department's analysis conflicts with another department. In this case, this item was forwarded or was sent to the latent prints department for processing. The latent prints examiners are trained in collection for touch DNA as well as swabbing up any stains that they may notice. So item 30 had a blood request on it. The latent prints examiner, which took this item into their custody, requested that I come down as a second pair of eyes to visually examine this item for any possible staining. We located one stain, which I tested for the possible presence of blood, and the result was negative.
And after that, are you aware of any further processing on that Mossberg shotgun?
I am not. So I was there with the examiner, and it remained within that examiner's custody the entire time.
All right, let's move on to the other shotguns. We have a Browning shotgun, a Benelli Black Eagle 2 12-gauge shotgun, and the rifle, in addition to the guns we've already talked about. Can you kind of sum up how you analyzed those 3 different guns?
So those 3 different guns that you just mentioned were items 31, 32, and 33. They were done in the same manner as item 30, as I just mentioned. So they were within the custody of the latent prints examiner. I went down to visualize it for any possible staining. The results for these 3 guns, however, was no apparent blood stains present.
And did you do anything else to check for blood at that point?
I did nothing further with these items.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 83. If you could take a look and tell us what items are contained in Exhibit 83.
May I open this?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 83 contains sled items 51
And Agent Wynn, you don't have to go through the sled item numbers.
through
Thank you.
60.
Yeah. And those items are what, though?
They are all swabs that were taken from the Chevy Suburban.
And can you tell us what kind of testing was done on those swabs?
So it appears that these swabs were collected because they were Blue Star positive, which to my understanding is a presumptive test used by the crime scene unit to indicate areas of possible blood staining. Since they were already presumptively tested, I used a confirmatory test to test these swabs for the presence of blood. So sled items 51 through 55 and 57 through 60 were all negative with that testing, which means there is no human blood identified. Item 56, which was swabs collected from steering wheel, had a positive result, which means blood was identified on this item.
And what kind of testing did you do to confirm that blood?
I used a confirmatory test called Hematrace.
And how does Hematrace work?
So Hematrace is a card test. It's similar to a pregnancy test or more relevant, a COVID test. You take a sample from the item of evidence, place it in a solution, and it should sit there for a while. And then once it has mixed in with the solution will then be placed on this card test, and then a result will be revealed. Results are read after 10 minutes.
Okay. And what are the potential results from that test? Just in general, from Hematrace testing.
There's a positive result or a negative result.
Okay. And in this case, what was the result on the steering wheel swab?
On the steering wheel swab, it was positive, which is a result of blood identified.
Okay. And then what did you do with that swab once you completed your test?
So item 56 was then prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
Okay, I'm going to next show you items, or State's Exhibit, 251 and 252. Those are marked for identification only. Okay, can you tell us what are those items?
So State's Exhibit 251 corresponds to the left fingernail clippings and right fingernail clippings of Margaret Murdaugh. State's Exhibit 252 corresponds to the left fingernail clippings and right fingernail clippings of Paul Murdaugh.
Okay. So on State's 251, the fingernail clippings from Margaret Murdaugh, what, if anything, did you do to those items?
So State's Exhibit 251, what's received is clipping from her fingernails. So I will take a portion of the clippings that have been submitted, place it within a tube, and forward it to the DNA section for further analysis.
Okay, and when you say a portion of the clippings, does that mean you clip some more and send to DNA, or what does that mean?
So the literal fingernail clippings are what's being submitted within the envelope. So say there's 5 clippings. I will forward approximately 2 to 3 of what's been submitted, place it within the tube, and that's what will be forwarded for analysis.
And did you do the same process with State's Exhibit 252, the fingernail clippings from Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, State's Exhibit 252 will receive the same preparation for DNA analysis.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move Exhibits 251 and 252 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
All right, Agent Wynn, next if you could tell us a little about State's Exhibit 418, which was Alec Murdaugh's shirt. Could you describe how you first processed the shirt when it was initially received by the lab?
So the white shirt from Richard Murdaugh was submitted with a blood request. On June 9th of 2021, I processed this item for the possible presence of blood. So that entails I first visually examined the shirt for any areas that are consistent with the staining of blood. Then I tested these items that I have indicated with our phenolphthalein presumptive test for blood. 2 stains were tested. Both stains were positive for the possible presence of blood. 1 stain located at the exterior front bottom edge of white shirt was forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis. Afterward,
Just a second.
Okay.
And I'm going to hand you States 460. Now, you just said that stain was processed and sent to DNA. How did you process that? Did you send the whole shirt, or how did that work?
So the stain that I had located, I cut that stain from the shirt. I then prepared it for DNA analysis, which means I cut a small portion of that stain, placed it within the tube, labeled that tube, and forwarded the cutting as well as the portion that I have prepared to the DNA section for further analysis.
And that cutting is contained in States 460, is that correct?
That cutting is contained in States 460.
And what date did you perform that initial analysis?
On June 9th of 2021.
And I think you mentioned there was another stain also located on the shirt at that time?
Yes, 2 stains were presumptively tested.
Was that second stain cut on June the 8th?
It was not. It remained in the shirt and was identified with the presumptive test result.
Now, due to ongoing investigation, did you come back and examine that shirt again?
Yes, so afterwards, a request was relayed to me to go back to the shirt and retrieve that stain and forward it for DNA analysis.
Did you do any other testing this second time around?
So when I went to remove that second stain, I met with members of the crime scene unit, Lieutenant Wallace, as well as Special Agent Worley, and they processed the shirt with their LCV testing, which to my understanding is their presumptive test for blood.
And what was discovered during the LCV testing?
So after removing the second stain from the June 9th date that I processed it, 10 additional stains were identified from the LCV processing, which were cut from the shirt and prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded for further testing.
And I will show you States 461. Are those the additional cuttings from the shirt? There are quite a few cuttings here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so all the cuttings from the shirt are here.
Okay. Now, as far as you're concerned, did you process the shirt any further?
No, besides preparing these additional stains that were identified, nothing further was done.
And what did you do with those cuttings?
I cut a small portion from each of the stains that was indicated as being positive and forwarded it to the DNA section for further analysis.
All right, and State's Exhibit 418 is the defendant's shorts. How were those shorts processed in comparison to the shirt?
So the shorts also were submitted with a blood request. They were processed in a similar manner. Several stains were tested, however, 2 were positive for the possible presence of blood. A stain located at the front left interior pocket of the pair of green shorts was forwarded for further analysis. This was processed on the same June 9th date of 2021. The shorts were also additionally processed at the same time the shirt was additionally processed to retrieve a second stain that was indicated as the possible presence of blood. And then the same members of the crime scene unit also processed the shirt with their LCV testing.
And I believe we still have Exhibit 460 up there. Does that contain the first cutting from the pair of pants on June 8th?
Yes, State's Exhibit 460 contains the first cutting from the pair of shorts from June 8th, or 9th, I'm sorry.
And then State's Exhibit 461, what cutting, that contains cutting from the pants on July 21st, is that right?
Yes, so State's Exhibit 461 does contain the additional cuttings, so the second stain that had tested positive on the June 9th processing date, as well as 6 additional stains were indicated from the crime scene unit when they processed the pair of shorts with their LCV testing.
And then what did you do with those cuttings once you took them?
The cuttings for the shorts were prepared for DNA analysis, once again, cutting a small portion of the stain and forwarding it for further analysis.
And I'm going to show you State's 473. You could take a look at that. Do you recognize that as, what do you recognize that as?
So this appears to be a photo of item 20.2, which is the cutting from front left interior pocket of pair of green shorts from Richard Murdaugh.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's 473 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Mr. McCublish? Okay, and Agent Wynn, if you could describe to the jurors what they're looking at in that picture.
So this is the stain that was tested, and as you can see, I have labeled it with the SLED item number, both on the physical item as well as it's contained within a manila envelope, which has the unique case number, item number, that the request was for blood, the location it was taken from, as well as that it's a cutting. In addition, you can see my initials and date from when I prepared this for DNA analysis.
Okay, and again, I'm sorry, what were the presumptive results of the testing for blood?
So the presumptive results for this stain were that it was positive for the possible presence of blood.
And we talked a little bit about the cuttings of the shirt and the shorts. Just to kind of aid the jury in seeing what you actually did, I'm going to show you States 471 and 472. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do recognize these pictures. They are from the additional processing that occurred on the shirt.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 471 and 472 into evidence.
No objection.
They are admitted.
On States 472, could you just kind of describe to the jurors what they're looking at here and point their attention to the areas in the shirt that you cut? If you can see.
So if you look in the square labeled E7, there is a stain that's circled. It has the item number 19.3 as well as a plus theme. That was the second stain that I had tested on the original processing date that was to be retrieved during this time of processing. Then you can see there are additional stains circled in blue with letter identifiers. Those were areas of staining that was identified from the crime scene unit when they processed with their LCV test. Each stain has the sub-item twice. That is to, one is to stay with the stain once I've cut it, and then one is to stay within the shirt, so in the event that you needed to know where that stain had originated, you could locate it.
And then State's Exhibit 471.
State's Exhibit 471 is the front of the shirt. It has several areas of staining that were circled as a result of the LCV processing by the crime scene unit.
And those are also areas that you cut from the shirt.
Yes, so once again, I have written the sub-item numbers that they were assigned, and then removed each of these stainings along the line that I've outlined, and prepared these stains for further analysis for DNA.
And you said you followed the same process regarding the pants.
That is correct.
All right, let's move on to State's Exhibit 419, which was the shoes of the defendant. Can you tell us what you did with those shoes?
So the shoes, which are described as a pair of red, yellow, and white tennis shoes from Richard Murdaugh, they had the same blood request, so I visually examined the shoes for any areas of possible blood staining and then tested those stainings. 2 were indicated as being possibly positive for the possible presence of blood. One stain was forwarded for DNA analysis, and it was located on the left shoelace of the pair of red, yellow, and white tennis shoes.
And are those cuttings in State's Exhibit 460 that you already have up there with you?
Yes, the cutting from the shoes is contained within State's Exhibit 460.
Your Honor, at this time the State would move States 460 and 461 into evidence.
No objection.
You're admitted.
All right, Agent Wynn, we're making some good progress here. State's Exhibit 226 was a blue raincoat. Can you explain to the jurors what you did to process that item?
So the blue raincoat also had 2 times of processing. During the first time of processing, which occurred on October 7th of 2021, the raincoat was processed for the possible presence of blood. This was done by myself, as well as members of the crime scene unit, Lieutenant Wallace, as well as Special Agent Moore. I first performed presumptive testing with our blood tests, and then the crime scene unit went behind and then processed with the raincoat with their LCV testing. I tested 71 stains. All 71 stains were negative for the possible presence of blood. After that, the LCV processing took place. No areas of interest were indicated, as interpreted by the crime scene unit as being positive, and therefore, on October 7th of 2021, nothing was forwarded for DNA analysis.
And why was nothing forwarded? Just simply?
There were no stains that indicated the possible presence of blood.
All right. Then did you go back and re-examine the raincoat?
Yes, an additional request came in for the raincoat for ownership. Once again, ownership is a collection method for DNA to identify the primary wearer of an item.
Okay. And how did you process that for ownership?
2 sets of swabs were taken off the raincoat. The first set of swabs was identified as item 173.2, which were swabs from interior cuffs, collar, and hood, interior and exterior zipper area, zipper and zipper pull of the blue raincoat. The second set of swabs that were taken from the raincoat were identified as item 173.3, swabs from side openings, zipper area, and both interior portions of exterior pocket of the blue raincoat. In addition,
I will hand you States 462. What are those? Are those the swabs you were just telling us about?
States Exhibit 462 are both sets of swabs that I just recently spoke about from collecting from the raincoat.
Okay. And what did you do with those swabs?
These swabs were prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
This time the state would move to admit States Exhibit 462.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And Agent Wynn, when you were examining the raincoat for ownership, did you find anything on that raincoat to help with that analysis, such as hair or anything like that?
So part of the ownership processing is to look for hair. The raincoat, there was no hair found.
Did you also notice anything about the condition of the raincoat?
Yes, so on my evidence worksheet, which is where we document the items that we perform processing on, as well as the respective results, I also document any describing factors. So on this worksheet, in regards to the blue raincoat, I do have that the plastic seam liner was coming off throughout the item.
What did you say?
I called it a plastic seam liner.
Was coming off? I can't hear you.
Coming off throughout the item.
Thank you. All right. Also, in this case, did you receive a number of buccal swabs?
I did.
And that is, what did you do with those buccal swabs when you received them?
So buccal swabs don't require any testing on my part. I just prepare those buccal swabs for DNA analysis. Once again, cutting a small portion off of each swab, placing it within a tube, and forwarding it for further analysis.
All right, Agent Wynn, the state has no further questions at this time. If you'll please answer any questions from the defense.
Mr. Barber.
Good morning, excuse me, good morning, Agent Wynn.
Good morning.
Is it agent, am I right? Oh, good. Very briefly, at the outset you discussed collecting for DNA testing for the blackout cartridges, is that correct?
Collecting for the possible presence of touch DNA, yes.
Yes. And did you only test 2 of those cartridges?
All 7 were processed using the soaking method.
Okay. With that processing method, any results that you will receive, would they be specific to any one cartridge, or would it just be for the collection of all 7?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you have results for DNA from the way that you collected the sample for a specific shell case, or would it be for all 7 as a set?
Okay, I just want to clarify, I did say there were 7 cartridges, there are only 6. So although they are being individually soaked, they are being combined within that filtration unit, so the results would be from all of the cartridges together.
Okay. And you had positive presumptive tests for 2 shotguns, correct? Portions of 2 shotguns?
Do you have a item number that corresponds?
I can get those in a second. Do you remember there are 2 shotguns you just testified had positive presumptive blood tests? One was sled item number 15.
Yes, so the swabs from the Benelli shotgun, item 15, was positive for the possible presence of blood. However, I believe you mean the second set of swabs, item 16, that was negative.
And then there was later sled item 22.
Oh yes, the 2 sets of swabs from sled item 22 were both positive for the possible presence of blood.
So I guess, what exactly is a presumptive test?
So a presumptive test is indicating the possible presence of a body fluid, in this case, blood. It's not confirming the presence, it's just an indication so that we can further test that stain.
And how does it indicate the possible presence of blood?
So the phenolphthalein test interacts with the hemoglobin found within blood And that's what it's basically giving a positive result with.
Is it fair to say that it changes color? It's like a dye and it changes color?
So it's a color change test. Based on the presence of the hemoglobin, a swab that's being tested will turn a bright pink color.
And is that presumptive test specific to human blood?
It is not specifically human blood. It can be human blood or animal blood.
Could chemicals other than blood cause a positive test result?
So the phenolphthalein test has what we call false positives, which can give a positive result, but it is not blood. Those include copper salts, nickel salts, rust, as well as some plant and peroxidases, which include broccoli, cauliflower, horseradish. It also can give a positive result for pus and sometimes in the presence of bacteria.
Okay, so there are a number of things that could give a positive result. Is that why you also have a confirmatory test?
If we test something for the possible presence of blood, we don't typically do a confirmatory test unless it's requested. We just store that sample for DNA analysis.
Okay. Who would request a confirmatory test?
Usually an investigator of an agency may request it. Sometimes solicitors or defense attorneys may request an additional test.
And the confirmatory test, I think you testified, is just basically like a COVID test?
It works similar to a COVID test.
2 lines means human blood?
It'll have a line to indicate that the test is working properly, which is a control line. And then if it is positive, it will have an additional second line. If that second line does not show, that means that the test is negative.
Is it an accurate test?
I would say that it's an accurate test as long as the control line is present.
It's more accurate than the presumptive test. That's why you use it, correct?
So the confirmatory test is saying that, yes, blood is identified on the item that's being tested.
Human blood.
Human blood, as well as higher primate blood and ferret blood.
And you did not do any confirmatory tests on the shotguns?
I did not do any confirmatory tests on the shotgun swabs.
And that was simply because no one asked you to, correct?
In effort to not consume any of the sample on the swabs, as a swab is a small area, we just forward it for DNA analysis.
But in the Chevy Suburban, you did perform a hemotrace test?
Yes, because that these swabs for the Chevy Suburban were already previously processed with another presumptive test by the crime scene unit, we could not presumptive test behind because our 2 tests work in a similar manner.
Whose decision was it to do the hemotrace test on the Chevy Suburban?
That is typically how we process items of evidence that we receive from the crime scene unit in the form of swabs based on any of their presumptive testing.
But like, who made the decision to do the hemotrace test on that steering wheel? The name of a person?
I perform the hemotrace test.
On your own initiative?
No, that is a common way we do testing on swabs that have already been collected based on a presumptive test.
Did someone instruct you to perform a hemotrace test on the steering wheel?
No, it is part of our general operating procedures.
But you did not perform hemotrace tests on the weapons?
The swabs that were collected off of the weapons, no, because they were not presumptively testing prior, so I could use our presumptive test on those items.
Did you perform or prepare any samples from the victim's clothing or bodies other than the fingernail clippings that you discussed?
I do not believe so.
Okay, so the only thing from the body of Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh that you tested were the fingernail clippings from Maggie Murdaugh?
So I prepared the fingernail clippings for DNA analysis, as well as the buccal swabs from those individuals.
Right, but nothing else from their bodies, correct?
No, I did not test their
Or
clothing.
their clothing, sorry.
I did not test their clothing.
When looking at the T-shirt that you just testified about, and those cuttings, I think you have opened a bag and the cuttings were there and you prepared them. Did you perform any serology tests on those cuttings?
No, I just removed those cuttings from the shirt as the result of the crime scene testing.
Are you aware of any serology tests being performed on those cuttings?
Of the shirt?
Yes, of those big shirt cuttings.
I believe there was further analysis performed on those cuttings.
Did somebody other than you later perform serology tests on those cuttings, to your knowledge?
It is my understanding that there was additional testing on those cuttings.
Serology testing,
Serology testing.
specifically hemotrace.
I believe there was hemotrace performed on the cuttings from the shirt.
But that, just to be clear, that wasn't performed by you.
I did not perform hemotrace on any of the cuttings on the shirt.
Did you perform any hemotrace tests on the shorts or tennis shoes?
I did not perform any hemotrace testing on the shorts or the shoes.
Just, I guess, maybe a little bit of background to understand maybe who does what. When you're working on this case, do you have like a direct supervisor?
I do have a direct supervisor.
And who is that person?
Her name is Laura Hash.
And is she the person who directs your activities as regard to this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Objections overruled.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is Lieutenant Laura Hash the person who would direct your activities with regards to this case?
So, based on our operating manual as well as my training experience, based on the requests of certain items that are submitted, I will decide how those are tested. However, if additional processing is requested, those usually are communicated to me through my direct supervisor.
And just for clarity, we've talked a bit about DNA, but you're just preparing samples and they go to someone else who does the analysis and reports. That's not you, correct?
That's correct. I am just preparing the samples for further analysis.
Is the only hemotrace test that you did for this case the steering wheel? Well, strike that. The Chevy Suburban, I believe there may have been some negative tests from the Suburban, but were those the only hemotrace tests you did for this case?
No, I did hemotrace the swabs from the Chevy Suburban.
Mm-hmm.
I also hemotrace tested swabs collected from a Ford F-250.
And what were the results from the Ford F-250?
There were 4 swabs submitted from the Ford F-250, and the results for all 4 of those sets of swabs were negative for human blood.
So the steering wheel was the only positive test that you did for hemotrace?
Yes, the steering wheel from the Chevy Suburban is the only positive hemotrace result I have.
Beg the court's indulgence. Just one final question or a little set of questions. It seems like sometimes the crime scene people or department, I shouldn't just say people, I guess they're a department, do presumptive blood tests. Is that correct?
Yes, it's my understanding that the crime scene unit does perform presumptive blood tests.
And the initials LCV have been used. I think you might have mentioned. What does that mean?
It stands for leucocrystalline violet.
And can you describe that test?
I don't know much about the test. I just know that it is a test that the crime scene unit uses as their presumptive blood test.
Do you know what color it turns when there's a positive result?
It'll turn a purple color.
So with, I think let me ask this. Why, we saw a picture of the shirt gridded out. You remember that exhibit?
I do.
Why was the presumptive test done? It was at the Slab Laboratory? Is that the location that was?
Are you asking about the LCV processing?
Yes, where was that test conducted?
That was done at the Sled Laboratory.
Why was that done by the crime scene unit and not the serology unit?
We do not use LCV testing, and I am unsure as to why that particular test was chosen to be used by the crime scene unit.
Because earlier, you did tests on the hem, right? The pheno tests on the front and back hem of the shirt, is that correct?
I did.
But then the crime scene unit later came back and in the lab did a different kind of test.
That is correct.
And you don't know why?
I was not part of that decision. I was just notified that they would be performing that test while I was retrieving the additional stain that I had tested earlier.
And finally, it seems like if something is tested presumptive in the field and comes to you, you do a confirmatory test. Is that what happened with the Chevy Suburban?
Yes, that's correct.
But if something comes to you and there's not been a presumptive test, like with the shotguns, then you don't perform a confirmatory test?
No, I do the presumptive test.
Do you know why that's the policy?
It's an effort to not consume as much sample on a swab. A swab is it's like a sterile Q-tip, so essentially the surface area is very small. So in efforts to not consume the sample and to give more for DNA analysis, that's what's done.
If something goes to DNA analysis and there's some result, does it ever come back for a blood test to see if the source of the DNA was blood?
To be phen tested?
No, for hemotrace test.
As I mentioned, hemotrace testing can be requested on the back end, as any of our CAR tests can be.
In your experience, I think we had some testimony about your experience. If DNA is found on something, is there ever then a time that you go back and say, hey, was the source of this DNA blood, and do a hemotrace test?
Hemotrace specifically, to my knowledge, no. But in my experience, there have been times that solicitors or defense attorneys will request a CAR test be done on a sample after the DNA analysis has been performed.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. We'll be in recess for about 10 minutes or so. If you bring the jury. Thank you. Your next witness.
This case called Sarah Zapata.
Sarah Zapata, Z-A-P-A-T-A.
Okay. Agent Zapata, I think we have a, I guess, what would you call that? A container of, is that your notes up there?
Yes, my case file and other relevant documents.
Okay, to aid you in your testimony if necessary.
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED.
And how long have you worked for SLED?
For about 7.5 years.
What is your job title there?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA casework department.
What are some of your duties as a forensic scientist in DNA?
As a DNA analyst, I will look at the requests for different items of evidence. I can perform serology testing if necessary or refer to the serologist results. I will take the items of evidence as well as any known standards through our standard laboratory procedures to develop a DNA profile. The steps of that analysis are extraction, which is where we are trying to isolate any DNA present on that evidence item from the evidence item itself, as well as
Agent, if you could pull the microphones, pick up a little bit.
Sure,
Thank
sorry.
you.
As well as from any other cellular material present. The second step is quantitation, where we're trying to approximate how much DNA is present on that sample so that we can target the appropriate amount of DNA for the next step, which is amplification. Amplification works kind of like a chemical copy machine. We're targeting specific areas of the DNA that have been shown through scientific studies to vary from person to person. And we're trying to make copies of that so that it can be detected by our final instrument, which is what actually separates the DNA into a profile. And then I will interpret that profile and calculate any statistics and prepare a report. I can also perform technical and administrative reviews of other analysts' work, as well as testify in court when necessary.
Okay. And can you tell us a little about your educational background and training that qualify you for this position?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University. Upon employment at SLED, I underwent a training program for approximately 1.5 years under a qualified DNA analyst, and that training included an observation period as well as a practical period of the different steps in our DNA analysis process, as well as the serology procedures. Once I had received all of my training, I went through a testing period where I had to demonstrate my competency in using all those different instruments and procedures and interpretation. I had to successfully complete several written exams, an oral exam, complete several mock cases and a mock court, and then was competency tested with another case before finally being able to do a mock case, before finally being able to do analysis on real casework.
You will need to speak into the mic and increase your volume in order for us to hear you better.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Zapata, how many cases have you, do you think you've participated in?
Approximately 500.
And have you testified in trial before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
19.
And in those trials, were you qualified as an expert witness?
Yes, I was.
And what were you qualified as an expert witness in?
In DNA analysis.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Agent Zapata as an expert in DNA analysis.
She's qualified.
All right, you had mentioned in some of the duties of your job, kind of what you do. I guess if we could kind of scale it back a little bit more basic, but briefly, just what is DNA?
DNA is a chemical that is found throughout your body with the exception of red blood cells. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad, and it's unique to individuals with the exception of identical twins.
And so if we have a case where there are family members involved, what does that mean as far as DNA analysis?
Based upon the evidence DNA profile, sometimes it might not be possible to make comparisons to some family members because there may not be enough DNA present there to distinguish between the family members. Because the family members will share DNA, that will affect what the DNA profile looks like.
Can you tell us about some different sources of DNA from a person's body?
Some sources from your body would be your hair, blood, semen, saliva, bones, as well as DNA from your skin cells, which is what we call touch DNA.
And what are some variables that can affect touch DNA?
So some people just naturally shed more skin cells throughout the day than other people, and so you would expect to recover more DNA from an object that a person who sheds a lot of DNA has handled than a person who sheds less. There are also factors such as the surface that is being touched. If the surface is rough, then you would leave more skin cells behind. If you are holding the item for a longer period of time or with a lot of pressure, then you would expect to leave more skin cells behind. Environmental factors such as rain, moisture, UV, light, that can all lessen the amount of DNA that is recovered. And also personal hygiene habits can affect how much DNA you leave behind. So if you've just washed your hands, there may not be as much skin cells left behind.
So do you leave touch DNA behind kind of like you would leave a fingerprint behind? Is that a fair comparison?
Kind of. If you touch it, you touch an object, you may leave some behind.
All right, now you mentioned different sources such as body fluids. Are you able to confirm like 100% which body fluid a DNA profile comes from?
So the test that we perform to try to identify a body fluid is different from the DNA testing that is being performed. Especially in cases where the evidence profile is a mixture, there's no way for us to tell, did all of this DNA come from blood? Did it come from saliva and blood mixed together? There's no way for us to identify 100% the source of the DNA profile. We can indicate that a body fluid may be present, but we cannot say the blood on this item is from this individual.
So if I had a drop of blood on my shirt up here, could you ever say this was my blood?
I could test it for the indication of a body fluid. I could see if your DNA profile is recovered from that stain, if the evidentiary DNA profile, if you are included as a contributor to that profile, but I can never 100% say that is your blood.
So you could say my DNA is here, but not my blood.
I could say that you're included as a contributor to the DNA profile.
Okay. All right, and I think you kind of already explained your process of DNA analysis when you explained your duties. Can you tell us about some of the, standard lab procedures and protocol?
How specifically do you mean?
I guess just basically how you analyze a DNA sample.
So I will take the DNA sample if it has been previously cut by a serologist or an evidence processor. I will add the reagents to the tube and proceed with my analysis that way. If it has not previously been cut, then I can prepare the sample for DNA and then take it through those steps that I explained earlier, so extraction, quantitation, amplification, and separation into a profile. And then I will interpret the DNA profile that was developed. So I will determine if there is enough DNA present there for the profile to be used for comparison. I will determine the number of contributors to that profile. So a profile can be single source, which is DNA from just one individual, or a mixture, DNA from multiple individuals are present in the profile. I'll determine if it's a mixture, how many people are in that mixture, or how many I'm interpreting that mixture as. And then I can calculate statistics to compare.
So first of all, let me stop you for a minute.
Sorry.
But these determinations, how are you making the determinations?
So I'm looking at the DNA profile and using our protocol, our procedures, my training and experience as a DNA analyst to determine the number of contributors to the profile.
And how are you looking at it? Are you visually looking at it, or is a computer program looking at it, or what's going on there?
So I visually examine the profile myself as the analyst. I determine the number of contributors to the profile, and then we also use a software program called StarMix to help in our interpretation. And what StarMix does is look at the evidence profile and attempt to break it down into the potential contributors to that profile. So if you think about the evidence profile as like grandma's chocolate chip cookies, you know exactly what that cookie is supposed to taste like. You know what the final product is supposed to be, and you're trying to recreate that recipe and get it as close to grandma's cookie as what you know it's supposed to be. So you're testing different ingredients at different proportions to see what can make up that cookie. And that is kind of what StarMix does when it's looking at the profile. And then I will evaluate the StarMix output, make sure that what StarMix is telling me makes sense based upon what the profile looks like. And then if everything worked properly, I can use StarMix also to calculate our statistics.
Okay, and how do you calculate that statistic?
So the statistic that StarMix calculates is called a likelihood ratio. It's a comparison of two possible scenarios to see which is a better explanation of the DNA profile that was developed. It works kind of like a seesaw. So if you have one scenario on one side and another scenario on the other side, and StarMix is going to put more weight on the scenario that is a better explanation of the DNA profile. You do these kinds of comparisons subconsciously in your mind all day long. If the DNA profile, for example, is the fact that someone ran a marathon, that's your result. The two scenarios that could explain that result are, one, the person trained every day for months leading up to the marathon. They ran many, many miles. The second scenario is that they sat on the couch and watched TV and never ran at all. Which one is a more likely explanation of the fact that they finished the marathon? It would be the first one, that they trained really hard. And so that is the kind of comparison that StarMix is making.
And where do these scenarios come from, I guess?
So based upon what the DNA profile looks like, we will set up the two opposing scenarios to make the comparison. And the first scenario is always going to include the person whose standard is being compared to that profile, so the person whose statistic you are calculating. And the second scenario is always going to include an unidentified, unrelated individual, because you need something that opposes that comparison. So for a single source profile, your two scenarios will be the person being compared is contributing to the mixture versus an unidentified, unrelated individual is contributing to the mixture. To the profile for single source. If it is a mixture, then you need to account for the other potential individuals present in that profile. So for a two-person mixture, for example, the first scenario will be the person being compared and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And so we'll make that same comparison for each person based upon what the DNA profile looks like.
Okay. And so this unidentified, unrelated individual, where does that really come from?
That's just the way that the statistic is calculated. It's not saying that it's not possible for related individuals to be in the mixture, but because we are focusing only on the comparison to that one person, we need something to contrast that to, and we account for that by using that unidentified, unrelated individual wording.
So is that just kind of built into this formula in the STAR Mix program?
Correct.
All right. So what are some results that you can obtain from your comparisons you make?
So a result in support of the first scenario, which is that the person being compared to the profile is contributing to the profile, the seesaw will tilt in that direction, and we call that an inclusion. If it is tilting far enough in the other direction, we call that an exclusion. It's saying that the person being compared is not a contributor to the profile under those two scenarios that are being compared. It's possible for the seesaw to just tilt a little bit in either direction if the DNA in the profile is very low level or very partial. There's just not that much information there to make the comparison, and so it's not tilting in one way or the other very strongly. It is also possible, if it's very partial, very low level information, for the seesaw to just not move at all. It's saying that neither explanation is a better explanation for the DNA profile, and we'll call that uninformative.
Okay. And do you set up propositions the same way for each comparison to an item?
Yes, so first we will say if the item is suitable for comparison, then we will say the number of contributors that we're interpreting that profile as, and then we will set up those two scenarios each time. In the cases of items that are being taken off of someone's body or swabs from their body, we'll call that an intimate item. And so we want to account for the presence of the individual whose body the item was taken off of in that profile. Because it's being removed from their body, we're expecting that profile to be there. And so we can do that in two ways. We'll look at the DNA profile. If their DNA is clearly present in the profile, we will assume them as a contributor. And what that does is put that person on both sides of the seesaw. And so we're only making comparisons now to the DNA that is not that person who we already know is there. It's like someone telling you, I know there are 2 cups of flour in Grandma's cookie recipe. So now you're just adjusting the other potential ingredients to see what else is making up that recipe. If their DNA profile is maybe more partial or low level, then we'll run the statistic for that individual first to make sure that it meets our threshold to put them on both sides of the seesaw, and we'll call that a conditioned contributor. It treats it the same way once we've run that standard comparison. And so the propositions will list any individual that has been assumed or conditioned on as a contributor, and then it will have the 2 opposing scenarios for the other individuals that are being compared to the profile, and then finally the result of that comparison.
So if you had my shirt for testing, you would assume my DNA was on this shirt because you knew I was wearing the shirt.
Right. I would look at your profile first and visually compare that to the item of evidence. If you are clearly contributing to the mixture, then I will assume you. If maybe you are a lower level contributor, but it looks like your DNA profile could be there, then in order to confirm that, I will run your statistic first and then continue on with you on both sides of the seesaw.
All right, and now are there some times where you are unable to make comparisons to specific individuals?
Yes, like we mentioned earlier, if there are individuals that are related and maybe the DNA profile that we're comparing them to is lower level, or there's just not a lot of information there for a lower level contributor, we can't distinguish between them, and so we won't make comparisons in those cases to those individuals.
Okay. And I guess before we get started, just kind of going back to DNA in general, what are alleles?
So alleles are the results of our testing at a specific location. Like I explained earlier, the final step of the laboratory portion of our analysis is the separation of the DNA into a profile, and the separation is what generates those allele results.
Okay. And how many alleles are we dealing with when you're making an analysis with DNA? I guess if there are more or less, what that can tell you, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
All right, well, sometimes our DNA samples, you mentioned lower or higher levels of DNA there.
Mm-hmm.
Would that affect the alleles that are there?
Yes, so the alleles are the actual result that we're looking at. It's the DNA profile that we're looking at. We are evaluating the profile based upon the heights of those alleles. So the higher the allele, the potential greater contribution of that individual's DNA. The lower level the allele, the less DNA potentially from that individual in that profile.
Okay. And if you only have a few alleles to look at, is that very informative in your analysis?
No, the fewer number of alleles that you have to make comparisons, the less informative the statistic is going to be. So that's where we have it in that range where it's not tilting greatly in one direction over the other. It's kind of like trying to identify something based off of an eyewitness description. If it's very vague, like it was a red sedan, there are many red sedans that could fit that description. So that would be an example of having a few alleles. But if you have a more specific description, like it was a red sedan with 5 bumper stickers and a bedazzled license plate, that's very specific, and so you have more information to make your comparison to that vehicle.
And can unrelated people share the same alleles?
Yes.
All right, so before we get to the results, some of these statistical results are very large numbers. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you think these two charts here, States Exhibit 475 and 474, would help demonstrate to the jury what we're talking about?
Yes.
States Exhibit 474 and 475 for demonstrative purposes.
No objection. It's admitted.
number of buccal swabs to analyze in this case.
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many buccal swabs the man received?
I believe there were 24 buccal swabs total that I used for comparison.
Maybe 25?
I'd have to count. There was one that I received, but I did not perform analysis on. Maybe that's the one that you're counting.
We'll have you take a look at states 463. Do you recognize that buccal swab?
Yes.
And who is that a buccal swab from?
It's labeled as buccal swabs from Nolan Tootin. There's our laboratory case number and item number on the packaging.
And you performed analysis on this buccal swab?
Yes.
State would move 463 into evidence.
No objection.
So admit it.
Now, you compared standards from these buccal swabs to swabs from items of evidence, or what do we do to analyze all this stuff?
So first we do our interpretation of the evidence. We look at the evidence like I described earlier, make sure that it's suitable for comparison, determine the number of contributors to the item, and then if it's an intimate item, we'll make that visual comparison to the individual whose body that item came from first. Then we will use star mix to calculate the statistics for other individuals for comparison, and then it'll be a result in support of one proposition over the other.
And the other individuals for comparison would be any number of the individuals whose buccal swabs were submitted in this case?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 459. What is State's Exhibit 459 an item that you analyzed?
459 are our laboratory items 7.1 and 10.1.
Okay. And can you tell us what that actually is?
7.1 was the MBAC collection from cartridge cases 2 through 7, and 10.1 were the swabs from the exterior of items 9 and 10, which were shotgun shells.
And you performed analysis on both of those items?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell us the results of your analysis on the MBAC collection from the 300 blackout cases? Your item 7.1. And I guess instead of just blanketly asking for the results, I'll ask, based on the comparisons you made when analyzing that item, were any individuals included?
Yes, for item 7.1, the DNA profile was interpreted as single source, and for the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the two scenarios were Margaret Murdaugh contributed the DNA profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. And the result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 510 billion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And what does that mean?
It means that the likelihood ratio is in support of that first scenario of Margaret Murdaugh contributing the profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Okay, let's move on to the next item in that in State's Exhibit 459, the swabs from the exterior of items 9 and 10, which were these shotgun shells from the feed room.
Okay.
Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
This item was also interpreted as single source, and so the scenarios were set up the same way, with the person being compared contributed the profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And that means there's one person contributing.
Correct. For Paul Murdaugh, the result of the comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 15 octillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And what does that mean?
Just like earlier, it's in support of that first proposition set. The DNA profile is approximately 15 octillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Let's move on to Exhibit 18. Which are swabs from the feed room door. Did you analyze those items? Take Exhibit 18.
Yes, I did. Item 17, you can see our laboratory number and then my initials on the seal and the date.
Right, and those are swabs from the feed room door.
It's labeled as swabs from exterior doorknob of storage room door.
All right. And based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
For item 17, the comparison with Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile was again interpreted as single source, so we're setting up the propositions in that same way. The result is the DNA profile is approximately 15 octillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
15 octillion times more likely. An octillion has 27 zeros.
Yes.
So that's a pretty high statistical number there.
Yes.
Let's move on to Exhibit 256. Which I cannot seem to locate. Courts and dogs. Did you analyze item 256? Which would be your items 15 and 16. Swabs of blood from Camo Benelli.
Yes, item 15.
Nature of the objection.
Foundation, she described them in the question as swabs of blood that has not been established.
All right, response.
Your Honor, item Exhibit 256, item 15 and 16 have been admitted into evidence, even though I can't get my hands on them at the moment. And they were described as two swabs of suspected blood from receiver forward of the loading port from Camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 12-gauge shot.
Your Honor, there'd be no objection if the question were rephrased to say suspected blood.
All right, if you restate the question, please.
I believe I misspoke, and this would be State's Exhibit 259. And what is that item?
259 contains SLED items 15 and 16, which were swabs from the Camo Bonelli 12-gauge shotgun.
And did you analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
Based on your comparisons that you made, were any individuals included?
For which item?
Let's start with item 15.
Item 15 was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. So for this comparison, we have the person being compared to the DNA profile and an unidentified, unrelated individual as the first scenario. And then the second scenario is 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 670 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the result is, the DNA profile is approximately 10 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And so now, because we have a mixture where more than one person has been included as a contributor, we run the statistic for those individuals together to make sure that the DNA profile can be explained by a contribution of DNA from all of those individuals together. So the comparisons would now be Margaret Murdaugh and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture versus 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And the result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 48 quindecillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the profile than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the profile.
Okay, so we have 3 different, scenarios there.
3 different comparisons being made.
And is any one of those comparisons more likely than the other?
How do you mean?
Can you pick out one of those comparisons as being more likely than the other comparisons?
For each of those comparisons, the individuals who were being compared were included as contributors to the mixture.
All right, let's talk about item 16, which is also a swab of suspected blood from the Camo Bonelli.
For item 16, the partial DNA profile developed was insufficient for interpretation.
All right, let's move on to Exhibit 398. You'll take a look at 398.
398 contains our SLED lab numbers 22.4 and 22.5.
So item 22.4 is a reddish-brown debris swab from the right side of the receiver belonging to item 22.
Correct.
Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included on that item 22.4?
22.4, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. For the comparison with Margaret Murdaugh, The result was the DNA profile is approximately 480 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And what does that mean?
The result is in support of that first scenario of Margaret Murdaugh being included as a contributor to the mixture. The likelihood ratio is 480 octillion times more. The DNA profile is approximately 480 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And then the next item, 22.5, is also a swab from that same shotgun from the left side.
Yes.
Okay. Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
Item 22.5, the DNA profile was also interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. For the comparison with Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 570 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
75 octillion times more likely that Margaret Murdaugh contributed to that mixture.
The DNA profile is approximately 570 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And now this unidentified, unrelated individual is popping up, and what does that mean again?
It's just the way that we make our calculation. We have to account for an opposing scenario to the person being compared, and then when there is a mixture, we need to account for the other individuals in that mixture when we're making our comparison, and so we use an unidentified, unrelated individual.
Did you analyze some swabs from Paul Murdaugh's cell phone? I believe that would be your item 25.1.
Yes.
And what were the results of your analysis there?
A partial DNA profile was developed due to the limited information obtained and the inability to determine the number of contributors. No further interpretation will be offered.
In State's Exhibit 83 is some swabs from a Chevy Suburban. If you could focus on your item 56, the 2 swabs of suspected blood collecting from the steering wheel.
Let me try and find that. You said 56? Okay. Okay, I have 56.
And you analyzed item 56?
Yes, I did.
Swabs of blood collected from the steering wheel?
They were submitted as 2 swabs of suspected blood collected from the steering wheel of the Chevy Suburban.
And based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
For item 56, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 35 times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 100 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then just like before, because we had 2 individuals who were included individually as contributors to the mixture, we have to run the comparison of them together to make sure that the DNA profile can be explained by a contribution of DNA from all of those individuals. So for that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 240 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. There's also a statement that because that first comparison to Margaret Murdaugh had a likelihood ratio result that is on the lower end of our scale, we want to put more emphasis on that result when comparing her as a contributor to the mixture. So the likelihood ratio for proposition set 3, which was that comparison together, was calculated to confirm that the mixture could be explained by the contribution of DNA from all individuals listed under HP, which is that first scenario. Due to the disparity in the individual likelihood ratios between the contributors for this item, it is recommended to put more weight on the results of proposition set 1, which was that comparison of Margaret Murdaugh individually, rather than the results of proposition set 3, which is the comparison of them together, when considering Margaret Murdaugh as a possible contributor to the mixture.
Okay, this stuff's kind of confusing already, but I think that just got really confusing. So I guess if you could kind of simplify that a little bit for us.
Yes. So think about like 2 people singing the same song. If one person is singing really quietly and another person is singing loudly, when they're singing together, it'll sound really loud because that one person is already singing loudly by themselves. But that doesn't mean that the person who was singing quietly is suddenly singing very loudly. So we're trying to account for the difference in the weight of the result. And so it's just more accurate when considering that person who is a lower level or has a lower likelihood ratio to consider their individual likelihood ratio rather than the combined likelihood ratio.
So what, based on all of that, what is the most likely we have there?
It's not really that it's like a more likely scenario over another. It's just the result of that comparison that's being made.
So just take into all that into account.
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to Exhibit 251, which was the left and right fingernails from Maggie Murdaugh. Take a look at Exhibit 251. Did you analyze those items? I believe item 70 is the left fingernail clippings from Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, and 71 is the right fingernail clippings from Margaret Murdaugh.
Well, let's talk about the left fingernail clippings first. What were the results of your analysis?
Are you looking for all of the individuals who were compared?
Yes, the results, the entire results. Yes.
Okay. For item 70, a DNA profile suitable for comparison was developed. Several individuals were visually excluded from the profile first. Paul Murdaugh Anthony Cook, Roger Davis, Rogan Gibson, Connor Cook, Philip Beach, Renee Beach, Robin Beach, John Murdaugh, Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr. or Buster, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, Miley Altman, and Morgan Dowdy are excluded as contributors. Excluded as contributors. For the proposition set, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Because these are Margaret Murdaugh's own fingernail clippings, she is assumed as a contributor. So the 2 scenarios are Margaret Murdaugh, and in this case the comparison was made to Claude C.B. Rowe using the StarMix software. So that first scenario is Margaret Murdaugh and Claude C.B. Rowe contributed to the mixture, and the second scenario is Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
Now, why was Claude C.B. Rowe included in this comparison?
So the other individuals I was able to visually exclude, which just means from looking at the DNA profile and comparing it to their standard, I could exclude them as a contributor. If an individual happens to have the alleles that, or if an individual cannot be visually excluded, so I cannot say from looking at their DNA profile, comparing it to the evidence that they are excluded, then I will run the statistic to compare them to that profile. And so that's why that comparison was made. The result of the comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 11 times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Margaret Murdaugh and Claude C.B. Rowe contributed to the mixture. So this is a result in support of that second scenario, not the first scenario like the others that we've been discussing have been.
So, how much DNA were you looking at in this sample?
Are you asking like DNA that was not attributable to Margaret?
Well, I guess, was there a small amount of DNA or a large amount of DNA under those left fingernail clippings?
There was not a lot of, there were not many alleles that were not attributable to Margaret in the profile.
So let's talk a little bit, explain about those alleles there that when you were doing your testing.
Yeah. Like I explained earlier, the alleles are the results of our test, and they will appear on in the profile that we're looking at, and they will be at different proportions based upon roughly how much DNA is present from the different possible contributors. So in this case, because they were Margaret Murdaugh's own fingernail clippings, her DNA is present in the profile at a higher level. And then we are looking at only a few alleles that were not her own alleles to make the comparison to the other individuals.
So was it 3 alleles?
Yes,
Okay.
that were not Margaret Murdaugh's alleles.
And those 3 alleles could be C.B. Rowe's alleles?
I could not visually exclude him, which just means when looking at his profile and comparing it to those other alleles, he did have those alleles, but at a very low level of DNA that's being compared to him. And the result was in support of that second scenario, which was Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And this courtroom here is full of people. Could anybody in this courtroom have those same 3 alleles present in that testing?
It's possible.
All right, let's move on. And let's put this other chart we have here on the screen. And the results concerning CB Road, was that moderate support for exclusion for his results?
So what you're looking at is a scale. It's representative of a verbal scale that we have on our reports, and it's showing the different ranges for the likelihood ratio results that we can obtain. So on one side, you have the likelihood ratios that are in support of that first proposition or that first scenario, and on the other side, you have the scale for the results that are in support of that second proposition. So here, the range is 2 to 99 for moderate support for that second proposition, and his result is an 11, which falls within that 2 to 99 range.
Okay. And then the other result with just Margaret Murdaugh?
For Margaret Murdaugh, because it's her own fingernail clippings, we're not calculating a statistic. We're assuming her as the contributor.
And you also analyzed the fingernail clippings from her right hand.
Yes.
And those are up there as well. What were the results of your analysis there?
The DNA profile developed is attributable to Margaret Murdaugh.
And then State's Exhibit 252 is fingernail clippings from the right and left hands of Paul Murdaugh. If you could tell us any results from your analysis of Paul's fingernail clippings.
For both items 72 and 73, the result was the DNA profile developed is attributable to Paul Murdaugh.
Now you also analyzed Alec Murdaugh's shirt, which is State's Exhibit 418, your item 9. And did you analyze Paul Murdaugh, or excuse me, the defendant Alex Murdaugh's pants as well?
Yes, I received cuttings from both item 19, which was the white shirt from Richard Murdaugh, and then item 20, which was a pair of green shorts from Richard Murdaugh.
And are the cuttings from the shirt and the shorts in those two exhibits up there, States 460 and 461?
This appears to be all of them. I can take them out and check, or if you would like for me to.
I believe that should be all the cuttings. And there were quite a few cuttings that you analyzed.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, we're going to have to go through all of those, the analysis of all of those cuttings. So let's start with the shirt in Exhibit 460, item 19.2, a cutting from the exterior front edge of Alec Murdaugh's shirt, the defendant. Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
For 19.2, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. For the comparison with Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 460 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Item 19.3, the cutting from the exterior back, bottom center of the defendant's shirt.
For 19.3, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. For this item, I was able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor. So the propositions or the scenarios that we're comparing are Richard Alexander Murdaugh and the person being compared versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 360 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
Item 19.4.
For 19.4, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals, and this was a situation I had to first calculate the statistic for Richard Alexander Murdaugh to see if there was enough DNA to condition on him as a contributor. So for that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 120 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then moving forward, with the other comparisons, I can say that Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture, and just like before, we have Richard Alexander Murdaugh and the person being compared contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 7 octillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And does that complete your analysis of that item?
For 19.4?
Yes.
I think that was the only one where there was inclusionary likelihood ratios. Yes.
Let's move on to 19.5, a cutting from stain B on the shirt. You could tell us about any inclusions.
This item was also interpreted, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals, and I was able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 3,800 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
Moving on to item 19.6, a cutting from stain C on the shirt.
Okay.
You could tell us about any individuals that were included there.
For item 19.6, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. I was able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor to the mixture, and so now we are comparing Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the individual being compared to the mixture, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 570 octillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And does that include your, results of inclusion for that item?
Yes.
Item 19.7, a cutting from stain D.
For item 19.7, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture, so I was able to assume him. And so the comparison in this case will be Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the person being compared to the mixture, and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.9 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. I also made a comparison to Nolan Tootin. The DNA profile is approximately 480 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Nolan Tootin, and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And again, why was Nolan Tootin included in this comparison?
When looking at the evidence DNA profile, I was not able to visually exclude Nolan Tootin as a potential contributor to the mixture, and so I ran his likelihood ratio for comparison to that item. And then similarly to the other items where if an individual is included when you run their likelihood ratio on their own, I also had to do the calculation for all of those individuals together to make sure that the DNA profile can be explained by a contribution of all of those individuals. So for that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 450 duodecillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, Nolan Tootin, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Okay, item 19.8, a cutting from another stain on the shirt, stain E. Just give us any individuals that were included in your results, please.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 590 million times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
19.9, stain F.
For item 19.9, a DNA profile was developed. Due to the inability to determine the number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered.
Item 19.10.
For item 19.10, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 430 octillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Item 19.11. which is a cutting from stain H. If you could explain any individuals who are included in your analysis.
So for item 19.11, the only individual who had an inclusionary likelihood ratio, first, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Hipólito Torres, the DNA profile is approximately 10 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Hipólito Torres contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
So, with Mr. Torres, I guess if we could look back at this chart and tell us where he would fall along there.
The likelihood ratio for his comparison under those propositions was 10, which falls under our weak support for that first scenario.
So would that be trending towards exclusion?
It's it's in support of that first scenario on this side, the green side of the scale.
On the green side?
But it's 10. So that very first arrow indicates weak support for that scenario. The range is 2 to 99.
Okay. So,
And his likelihood ratio, when compared to the DNA profile is approximately 10 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Hipólito Torres contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
and I don't want you to repeat that same thing again, but could you kind of, I guess, clarify what that means?
When making my comparison to the evidence DNA profile, I was not able to visually exclude Hipólito Torres as a possible contributor to the mixture, and so I ran the statistic for his comparison. And the result of that comparison is in support of the first scenario. The DNA profile is approximately 10 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Hipólito Torres contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. So it's just tilting that seesaw 10 in that direction.
Okay, we have two cuttings left from the shirt. Item 19.12 is a cutting from stain I. Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
19.12, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.3 nonillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And then item 19.13, a cutting from stain J of the defendant's shirt.
For item 19.13, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from three individuals. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.5 sextillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if three unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. So this is one where I was not able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor, so I am comparing each person individually. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 24 quintillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 29 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And like before, because there are multiple individuals who were included as contributors when compared individually, I have to calculate the statistic for them together. For that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 260 quindecillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And similarly to that other item where there was an individual with a lower likelihood ratio, there is that statement about the recommendation to put more weight on the results of Proposition Set 3, which was the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, rather than the results of Proposition Set 4 when considering Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a possible contributor to the mixture.
All right. So, in addition to this shirt being analyzed for DNA, Agent Wynn told the jury a little bit about it being tested for blood. Can you explain what you did to test this shirt for the presence of blood?
I was asked to perform a hemotrace test on the cuttings from the shirt. As Ms. Wynn described, it's our confirmatory test for blood. It works similarly to a pregnancy test or a COVID test. One line in the control area is a negative result, a line in the control area and the test area would be a positive result.
That is testing with hemotrace?
Yes.
And what were the results of the hemotrace testing on all of the items that you just discussed to the jury?
For items 19.2 through 19.13, the result was no human blood identified.
And could you explain that to us? We had presumptive testing for blood, and then some other testing, and then the hemotrace, which says there was no blood. So what does that mean?
So presumptive tests are sensitive but not very specific. Like discussed earlier, there are possible false positives for presumptive tests. If we're requested to, we can perform a confirmatory test, which is more specific but is less sensitive.
So in your opinion, if there was blood on that shirt, could testing such as with LCV have diluted any blood on the shirt?
I am aware of some studies that have been performed on hemotrace testing after LCV that suggests that there is a possible interaction with the LCV and the hemotrace test, and it is possible for there to be amounts of hemoglobin that would not be detected by the test that would give a negative result. But the results of my testing were negative.
And as we've discussed, testing for blood and testing for DNA is different.
Yes.
All right. You also tested the defendant's pants?
Yes.
Did you test those in a similar manner to the way you would test the cuttings from the shirt?
Do you mean for DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
That would be State's Exhibit 418, the defendant's pants, and the cuttings, items exhibits 460 and 461. your items 20.2. Starting there.
Sorry, wrong report. Okay.
So I guess as briefly as we can, let's discuss some of the results from the cuttings from those pants. Item 20.2 is a cutting from the front left interior pocket of the defendant's pants. Were any individuals included?
So for item 20.2, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. This was one where I calculated his likelihood ratio to see if I could condition on him as a contributor. So the result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 140 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And so then for the comparisons to the other individuals, Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture, and the scenarios are Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the person being compared, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture, versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 5.1 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 25 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And for the comparison of all those individuals together, the DNA profile is approximately 2 quindecillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
The next cutting is item 20.3, a cutting from stain A on the defendant's pants.
For 20.3, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 94 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right, 20.4, cutting from stain G from the defendant's pants. You could tell us if any individuals were included in that analysis.
For 20.4, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 24 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Was that the only comparison for that item?
That was the only,
Inclusion?
yes, for that item.
Let's move to the next one. I think that would be 20.5, a cutting from stain C from the defendant's pants. You can please tell us if any individuals were included.
For 20.5, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, The DNA profile is approximately 4.1 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And I think we have 3 left. Item 20.6, a cutting from stain D from the defendant's pants.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. This was one where I was not able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor, so I'm making the comparisons to each person individually.
And you can't assume him, why?
When making that comparison, it seems that his DNA may be present but at a low level, so I cannot assume him as a contributor. So I would run his likelihood ratio to see if I could condition, but in this case it was not high enough to meet our threshold to condition, so I'm just comparing him to the profile like every other individual. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 930 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual, The DNA profile is approximately 930 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 38 quintillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 190 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then we're calculating the statistic for all of those individuals together. The DNA profile is approximately 8.7 quindecillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And there is that same statement about putting more weight on the individual likelihood ratio for Richard Alexander Murdaugh when considering him as a contributor rather than the combined.
Item 20.7, hopefully that should be an easy one.
For 20.7, a DNA profile was developed due to the inability to determine the number of contributors. No further interpretation will be offered.
And then lastly, item 20.8, a cutting from stain F of defendant's pants. Or shorts.
For 20.8, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. I calculated the likelihood ratio for Richard Alexander Murdaugh to see if it met our threshold to condition on him as a contributor. The result for his comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 320 million times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then when making comparisons to the other individuals, I'm including him as a contributor. So Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 2.6 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 17 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then once again, we're calculating the likelihood ratio of all of those individuals contributing to the mixture together. The DNA profile is approximately 93 quatuor decillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. Now, as far as the shorts or defendant's pants go, did you do any confirmatory testing on those with Hematrace?
No, I did not.
Exhibit 419 is the defendant's shoes, which is item 21. And in Exhibit 460, I believe it's up here in some of this. Exhibit 460.
Okay.
Can you tell us what is contained, if a cutting from the left shoelace of the defendant's shoes is contained in that exhibit?
Yes, 21.2 is part of this container.
And did you analyze the cutting from that shoelace?
Yes.
Okay. And were any individuals included in your results there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source for the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. The result is the DNA profile is approximately 410 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And did you also get some swabs from a raincoat?
Yes, I did.
That would be State's Exhibit 462. 2 swabs from a blue raincoat. Your items 173.2 and 173.3.
Yes.
And you analyzed those items?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Item 173.2 from the raincoat appears to be swabs from the interior cuffs, collar, hood, and interior zipper areas and zipper pull of the blue raincoat. Could you tell us the results of your analysis of that item or
No.
swab?
Sorry. No DNA profile was developed.
And then item 173.3, swabs from the side opening, zipper area, and both interior portions of exterior pocket of blue raincoat.
A partial DNA profile was developed due to the limited information obtained and the inability to determine the number of contributors. No further interpretation will be offered.
Okay, Agent Zapata, thank you so much for going through all that with us. We have no further questions for you at this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch now and resume at 2:30.
Remain in order.
All right, ma'am, you may step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone over lunch. And we're in recess till
All right.
2:30.
now be seated.
Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir. Very quickly, one thing before we get started, just wanted to alert the court that after this witness, our next witness will be the pathologist. So obviously I wanted to make the court aware and the defense aware, which they are aware, and the gallery aware of the graphic and sensitive nature of that testimony. Additionally, obviously all those exhibits will be under seal, or we would request they be under seal to protect those particular images because of their graphic nature.
And Your Honor, it's, I mean, they're extraordinarily graphic, they're autopsy photos, and so both Mr. Waters and I are concerned that no display, whether anything, we're going to cover our monitors, but need to make sure no monitors visible to the public. So we're just concerned about it. It's
Yes, sir.
the kind of thing you don't want to see replicated somewhere else.
Yes, sir.
That would be it, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. You may bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Very good, thank you. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Agent Zapata.
Good afternoon.
We've gone through a pretty long list of things that you did analysis on. Did you do any analysis on any clothing or anything from the victims' bodies other than Maggie Murdaugh's fingernail clippings?
I analyzed Margaret Murdaugh's fingernail clippings, Paul Murdaugh's fingernail clippings, as well as their buccal swabs.
And when you say they're buccal swabs, that was simply to collect their DNA to perform analysis, is that correct?
That was the known standard that I used to make comparisons, yes.
And under Maggie Murdaugh's left fingernail clippings, did you found unidentified male DNA?
Foreign to Margaret Murdaugh, there were some alleles present, yes.
Well, we say some alleles present. Was there DNA from an unrelated male under her fingernails?
For item 70, yes, one of the alleles indicates a male contributor.
And this was an unrelated male?
Do you mean unrelated as in unrelated?
Well, let me strike that and rephrase. Were Paul and Alec Murdaugh excluded as contributors?
Yes.
So male DNA under her fingernails, not from Paul, not from Alec Murdaugh.
The foreign DNA to her, yes, they were excluded as contributors.
Would it have been possible to perform any further analysis on this, a Y chromosome profile?
It is possible, but because there were so many male individuals who were related to each other as standards that were submitted, it was decided that that would not be the best course of action to continue analysis, because the Y chromosome testing that you're discussing is inherited along the males of a familial line, and so there will be no way to distinguish between any related people, any related males.
When, I guess, making this determination, were you all aware, we've had previous testimony that Maggie Murdaugh had been to a nail salon late that afternoon?
I did not have any information about that, no.
So if her nails were quite clean coming to Moselle, she doesn't have a lot of opportunity to have contact with unrelated males.
Overrule the objection.
So if her nails were clean coming to Moselle, it doesn't appear that she has much opportunity to have that kind of contact with unrelated males, does it?
It could be DNA, DNA under fingernails. You're picking up DNA anytime you touch an item, potentially. If she did get her nails done, it's possible that somewhere at the nail salon there was DNA that she picked up under her fingernails. We can't really tell you how or when the DNA got there, but at any point in time between getting her nails done and arriving home, she could touch an object, and potentially DNA from that object could be under her fingernails, or she can touch an individual and their DNA be under her fingernails in that way.
Are you familiar with something called CODIS?
Yes.
And what is CODIS?
CODIS is a database that we use to enter unknown profiles from a crime to attempt to identify links between different cases and also between individuals who maybe have been arrested or convicted of a crime.
So it's a database that you can submit DNA samples to and see if you get a hit and can identify whose DNA it is.
Correct.
Was this unidentified unknown male DNA found under Maggie Murdaugh's fingernails submitted to CODIS?
It was not, because, like we explained earlier, there were only 3 alleles present that were foreign to her, and that does not meet the threshold of information necessary to enter a profile into CODIS.
And it was decided not to do this further Y chromosome analysis on it?
Correct.
Is it unusual in your experience to not test the victim's clothing for DNA?
It depends on the situation of the case.
A situation where an unknown person has killed 2 people in close point-blank shootings?
It would depend on the question that you're trying to answer when you are processing the clothing. Typically, victims of gunshot wounds, their clothing will be saturated in their blood, or there'll be lots of their blood present. And so if you're looking for touch DNA from maybe an individual, we would need to know the specific area of interest to attempt to gather that touch DNA from, because the potential blood from the victims would be on the clothing. So we need to be able to isolate a specific area. If that information is not known, then there's not very much that we can do with that clothing, because there's just no specified area for us to test.
What about their hands? Wouldn't their hands always be an area of interest?
Again, it depends. If there is evidence of a struggle, then perhaps, which is why we would take the fingernail clippings. If we don't know, then sometimes you take the fingernail clippings just to see if we can get some DNA from the fingernail clippings. But
and the one time something was taken from them, it revealed unknown, unidentifiable male DNA.
A very partial, low-level profile for and to Margaret.
And you found Maggie Murdaugh's DNA on the 300 blackout shell casings that were recovered, is that correct?
Are you referring to item 7.1?
Yes.
She was included as a contributor to that item, yes.
And your report doesn't separate between individual shell casings, does it?
No.
And is your report consistent with one of those shell casings being found in physical contact with her body?
I believe there was information from the crime scene that one of the shell casings was recovered from underneath her body.
And is your report consistent with that DNA could be transferred by physical contact?
That's possible, yes.
And for the shot shells found in the feed room that had a presumptive blood test positive, you found Paul's DNA on those, is that correct?
Paul was included as a contributor to that item, yes, 10.1.
And is that consistent with those being found in a room soaked with his blood?
It would not be unexpected.
And for the steering wheel of the Chevy Suburban, there was a positive human blood test, and I believe you found Maggie and Alex Murdaugh's DNA on the steering wheel.
For item 56?
Yes.
For item 56, which was a mixture, was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals, both Margaret and Richard Alexander Murdaugh were included as contributors.
So, yes.
They were included as contributors.
Yes. And is that consistent with someone who has handled Margaret Murdaugh's deceased body, which is unfortunately covered in blood, and then driving the vehicle?
I can't ever tell you exactly how the DNA was deposited onto an item. I can just tell you what the DNA profile is.
And I'm not asking you to, I'm just asking, is it consistent? Is there anything in your report that would exclude that explanation?
It's a possibility.
And for the two shotguns, neither one of those had Paul's DNA, is that correct?
Can you give me an item number,
I
please?
can. Sorry, just a sec. The first one is item 15.
Item 15 were swabs from the Camo Benelli 12-gauge shotgun from receiver forward of the loading port, and Paul Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor to that item.
And the other shotgun was item 22.
For 22.4, which was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals, Paul Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor. For item 22.5, due to the relatedness of the contributors, I was not able to offer a conclusion regarding Paul Murdaugh. So that's a situation that we talked about earlier, where sometimes if there's a small amount of DNA present, we cannot distinguish between related individuals, and so I was not able to make any comparisons to Paul to that item.
But you were not able to say for either one of those shotguns that Paul's DNA was detected?
He was excluded as a contributor for 22.4. For 22.5, I couldn't make any comparisons to him either way.
And again, is there anything in your test results that would be inconsistent with somebody who, with Alec Murdaugh, having Maggie Murdaugh's blood on his hands, having just visited the crime scene, and handling those two weapons?
Again, I can't really say exactly how the DNA was deposited onto an item.
And then later you did some DNA testing on the white T-shirt he was wearing, correct?
Yes.
Did anyone ever tell you why you were being asked to perform those tests?
Which tests do you mean?
On his white T-shirt.
The DNA analysis on the
So
T-shirt?
the DNA one, DNA.
It was submitted with a request to, for DNA for blood, and so when items come in with a request for DNA blood, we will test it. If it is presumptive positive, then we'll move forward with DNA analysis on that item.
So did anyone say we believe he's wearing this shirt that night? Is that why you're testing it for blood? Just to see if that, right? Someone's asking you to do this work. Did anyone say, we think he was wearing this shirt that night during these murders, let's test it for DNA and for blood?
I know that the shirt was removed from his body when it was collected.
Mm-hmm.
As far as when he was wearing the shirt, I don't have any information about that.
We pull up what's been previously admitted as the Defense Exhibit 32. Okay. You recognize this, correct?
Yes.
And this shows where the cuttings were made from the shirt, right? The A, B, C, D, E.
Yes.
And just kind of going through very quickly, cutting A down here in the bottom, did you find Maggie or Paul's DNA in cutting A?
Cutting A is item 19.4.
Yes.
For 19.4, Margaret Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor, and Paul Murdaugh was included as a contributor.
So we have Paul in A. In B, did you find Maggie or Paul?
For item 19.5, Paul was excluded as a contributor, and Margaret Murdaugh was included as a contributor.
And for C, which is going up a bit, so now we're off the bottom of the shirt, did you find Maggie or Paul?
For item 19.6, again, I was not able to make any comparisons to Paul due to the relatedness of the contributors, but Margaret was included as a contributor to that mixture.
Okay. For cutting D, now we're up at the right shoulder. Did you find Maggie or Paul there?
For item 19.7, I could not make any comparisons to Paul due to the relatedness of the contributors, and Margaret was included as a contributor to the mixture.
Did you also find Nolan Tootin in D?
He was also included as a contributor to the mixture.
Going over to the other shoulder, did you find Maggie or Paul in E?
For 19.8, Paul Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor. And Margaret Murdaugh was included as a contributor to the mixture.
Okay. So no Paul but Maggie there. Now coming down all the way to the bottom, G. Did you find Maggie or Paul there?
Paul was excluded as a contributor to the mixture.
Now finally, for both F and H up here, did you get any results for either one of those?
For 19.10, Margaret was also included as a contributor. Sorry, just to finish that result.
Sorry.
You were asking about?
F and H, did you get any results for either one of those?
For F, which was our item 19.9, a DNA profile was developed, but due to the inability to determine the number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered. For H, which is our item 19.11, Paul was excluded as a contributor. And for Margaret, the comparison to Margaret, an uninformative statistical result was obtained. No conclusion can be made regarding Margaret Murdaugh as a possible contributor to the mixture under the listed propositions, which in this case the propositions were Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. And that's a situation I described earlier where the seesaw is balanced, so it can't tell me in either direction which scenario is a better explanation of the DNA profile.
So the only part of this shirt that we see right here, the front, where you can say that you did find Paul's DNA is down here at A, the bottom right part of the shirt, correct? Don't see.
For item A, I did have an inclusionary likelihood ratio for Paul. For several of the other stains, there was, I could not distinguish between him and other related individuals, so I could not make comparisons to him.
But the only place you definitely did find Paul was A, is that correct? On the front of the shirt.
That was the only item where there was an inclusionary likelihood ratio for Paul.
Do you remember when you did these, when you reported these DNA results? Do you know the date?
Are you asking specifically for
the date that you reported your results for the shirt, for DNA?
For the shirt, there were 2 reports that had the shirt because there were 2 times that it was processed originally. The first report, which had the results for item 19.2, was June 25th, 2021. And then the second report was originally issued July 25th, 2021.
July 25th, 2021. On July 26th, the day after, did you attend a meeting with President was Major Huey? I apologize if I'm not saying the names correctly. Captain Riley, Captain Reinhardt, Lieutenant Wallace, Lieutenant Schenck, Lieutenant Hash, yourself, and Mindy Worley. Did you attend that meeting?
Yes, I did.
And was the purpose of that meeting to discuss the DNA report?
Yes, it was to explain the results of my report.
Were you at that meeting asked to perform hemotrace tests?
Not at that meeting, no.
Okay. When were you asked to perform hemotrace tests on the shirt?
On August 10th, 2021.
And is that the day that you performed them?
Yes,
And I think you previously testified your test results were negative?
correct.
Can you tell us a little more how you did, well, let me ask it this way. To perform the test, did you make smaller cuttings from the larger shirt cuttings?
Yes, so I took the cuttings, opened them, and then cut small portions of the larger cuttings to test for hemotrace, and then place those cuttings into solution, and then that solution is added to each individual card for that individual cutting. So there's a test performed for each item.
I'm going to show you a series of photos, if I may, and ask if you can identify them. This is what's been previously marked, and the marks are on the back. This can be confusing. As Defense Exhibit 96, do you recognize that? I apologize. So do you recognize the photograph?
Yes.
And that's one of the cuttings after you made the small cuttings?
Can I see the other? It's hard to tell which was before and which was after without the other cuttings, because there's cuttings for DNA, and then I cut along the cuttings for DNA for the hemotrace test.
Yeah, I don't have before and afters to show you. Would it perhaps be helpful to look at some of the other ones? Would that help you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'm going to read these off and so I can give them all to you at one time, if that's okay. That might help you.
Yes.
Been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 97. '98. '99.
There's also still one over there.
100. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. I believe this is the last one. And I'll go get the other one. It's over there. You already have this as a second copy. So now that you have them all, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And these are the larger cuttings with the smaller cuttings made after the hemotrace test?
I know that we took photos before the cutting was taken for hemotrace and after. It's hard to tell from these pictures if it was before or after, but they were taken during the hemotrace processing of the shirt.
Okay. I see them, please. Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Defendant's Exhibits 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105 as evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish. May I publish?
You don't need my permission to publish anything that's in evidence.
Can we bring up the first one? And go get the whiteboard, please. Be sure it doesn't blow up the view of the TV. This will be quick. So in this one, it looks like you made 5 cuttings, is that correct?
So some of these cuttings were originally taken for DNA. I tried when I cut for hemotrace to also cut along where the cuttings were taken for DNA.
Okay, but there's 5 there, right?
Yes.
Okay. The next one? And let's see if we can count how many are here. Were you able to count how many?
It looks like 14. It's a little hard to see the very small ones. It's hard to tell
Okay, well, be
on the small
conservative.
screen.
If you're not sure, don't count it. So 14? No, don't do that.
It looks like 14.
Okay. Next exhibit. And here.
Eight.
Okay. Next one.
Seven.
Okay. Next.
Nine.
The next one.
Seven.
7. Next exhibit.
Looks like 9. Again, it's a little hard to see.
But again, be conservative. Don't count one if you're not sure. The next exhibit.
4.
Next one.
Nine.
Next one.
Two.
That's it. Those are all of them. So now we'll just add these numbers up. I have a calculator which will help. So we have 5 plus 14 plus 8 plus 2 plus 7 plus 9 plus 7 plus 9 plus 4 plus 9. So what's the total?
74.
74. And in your test, on none of these did you detect human blood with hemotrace. Is that correct?
For all of those cuttings for the different items, they were all put together into that tube for that item. And for all of those tests, the result was negative.
So we're 0 for 74 in detecting human blood here.
The result was negative.
Moving on, then, on August 16th, did you attend a meeting to discuss DNA results or outstanding DNA reports?
Yes.
Were these results discussed at that meeting?
For that meeting, we were discussing the items that were that still had pending DNA assignment, so that they had submitted for DNA analysis, and we were waiting to see if that analysis was still required. There's nothing in the discussion about those results being discussed. I don't remember anything else about that meeting.
Let me ask this. Who asked you to perform the hemotrace test on August 10th?
There was the request for the hemotrace result was relayed to me by my supervisor.
And who's your supervisor?
Lieutenant Laura Hash.
And on August 10th, did you relay to Lieutenant Hash the results of your tests?
She was actually the reviewer of my hemotrace test, so when we perform card tests, there needs to be a second analyst to review the card test and sign off on the review of the test. So she was present when the test was performed.
In 2021, were you ever informed that SLED was seeking a blood spatter analysis of the shirt?
I was told after the shirt had been sent that it was going to be sent for blood spatter analysis, but I don't know anything about how that came about or where it was being sent to. That was once I was done with my analysis.
When you say after the shirt was sent, what do you mean by that?
Or however they did the blood spatter analysis. I know that there is documentation that the shirt was being taken for that in the narrative, but I don't know how that came about.
And at that time, I guess I'm a little confused, were you aware at that time that it was being sent for blood spatter analysis?
Not until it was already sent.
And by sent, you mean that somebody had asked for the report to be made, or that the shirt had physically been sent somewhere?
I don't know anything about how the blood spatter analysis came to be. I don't know what they required for that analysis.
Could you just tell me a date, the first time you learned that there was going to be a blood spatter analysis? Even a month, if you don't know the exact date?
I really don't know, because it didn't have anything to do with me or my analysis.
When was the first time your hemotrace test appeared on a report that you issued?
The report with the hemotrace results was issued on November 10th, 2021.
Were the results for the blue raincoat also on that report?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Did you discuss the hemotrace test results with anyone working on this case?
I don't think that I discussed it with anybody else. I don't think so. I would have discussed it with the person who reviewed the results.
Did you discuss the blue raincoat results with anyone investigating the case, any agents on the investigative side?
I know for the raincoat, I was asked to give an update on when the results would be issued. Once I developed the DNA profiles for those items, the DNA profiles were technically reviewed, and then I was able to make a phone call to relay those results. And I was able to speak to Agent Gent and just give him the preliminary results for the items from the raincoat.
But you did not discuss the hemotrace results that are on the same report?
According to my notes, I only updated him on the findings from the raincoat.
Let's move ahead then to March 22nd of 2022. You just said that you were aware at some point that a blood spatter report had been requested. Were you aware in March that one had been received claiming that there was high velocity impacts blood spatter on the shirt? Were you aware of that report?
I didn't really know anything about the report or the results of the report.
So you weren't aware of it in March 2022, is that correct?
I don't know when. I really do not remember when I was told or what. I know that I didn't really get much information about the report or when.
Okay. Well, moving in a little further then, on April 11, 2022, the Attorney General requested a meeting that occurred on April 20th, 9 days later, to discuss reports.
Yes.
And in preparing for that meeting on the 20th, did you access your November 10 report on April 18 and April 19, a couple days before that meeting?
I mean, did I look at the report in preparation
Yes.
for the meeting? I would have reviewed the reports in preparation for the meeting, yes.
At that meeting, was there any discussion of blood spatter?
I do not remember.
Okay, this is the first meeting with the AG's office after the report is received saying that there is blood spatter. Was it
But that had
discussed?
nothing to do with my testing, so I don't really know.
Did you notice that 6 days after that meeting, there were media reports that high-velocity impact spatter had been found in Mr. Murdaugh's T-shirt?
I tried very hard to not look at any media reports involving this case at all, so I tried to avoid that information.
Well, at some point, did someone come to you and ask about the hemotrace test results that you performed that say no human blood, 0 for 74, in relation to this report saying that there was blood spatter that had to come from a gunshot on the T-shirt?
At some point, I know that we discussed the hemotrace results on the shirt.
And when was that?
It probably would have been in the meeting where we went over all of the results of my reports. I know that we had several meetings to discuss the results of my reports.
Any idea when that was?
It does appear that that April meeting was the first meeting after that report was issued, where we had a discussion about the reports.
So it would have been that meeting that had been discussed, your hemotrace test results and the blood spatter report discussed in the same meeting?
Possibly, but I don't know that. I also wasn't present for all of the meetings all of the time. I know there were some times when there were meetings with specific individuals first, and then I would come later, so I don't remember if there was specific discussion of blood spatter there when I was present.
Handing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 95. Do you recognize that?
Yes. It is a memorandum to the file for this case.
And you're the author of this memorandum?
Yes.
And it concerns Hemotrace and it relates to this case?
Yes, I was asked to do some research into the scientific literature to see if there was information about Hemotrace and potential effects of other kinds of testing prior to Hemotrace, as well as list some reasons for possible negative Hemotrace results.
Your Honor, I would offer a Defendant's Exhibit 95 into evidence.
Says the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Were you asked to write this memo?
Yes.
Who asked you to do this?
Creighton Waters asked for me to do this research and then summarize my findings in the form of a memo.
Did he tell you why he was asking you to do this?
Because there were negative Hemotrace results in this case from the shirt, he wanted just some more information on negative Hemotrace results.
Was it specifically because of the report saying high-velocity impact spatter?
I don't know that.
Was that discussed when he asked you to do this?
We discussed the negative Hemotrace results on the shirt.
Did you discuss a report by a man named Tom Devil?
I don't think we specifically discussed the results of that report because I don't know. I'm not a blood spatter expert. I don't know anything about what that report would say or what the findings in that report would mean. I just know that there was a report, and then I was asked to give some more information on Hemotrace.
Were you aware of a report by Tom Bevel specifically regarding use of Hemotrace on things had been previously tested with LCB?
I was made aware of a report like that after I had already, obviously it was after my analysis had been complete. I don't remember specifically if it was before or after I was asked to write this memo.
And you attached some articles to this memo, correct?
Yes, I attached the articles that I found regarding Hemotrace so that all that information would be present in the memo.
And this first article from the Australian Journal of Forensic Sciences, am I characterizing it correctly to say that it reports that Hemotrace tests are generally effective after treatment with LCB?
For that article, there were many tests performed comparing testing Hemotrace after the use of several other kinds of tests beforehand. Their results were positive following LCV for 17 out of 17 tests with a blood dilution of 1 to 10, and for 16 out of 18 tests with a blood dilution of 1 to 100.
So it usually works, Hemotrace, when you're testing something that had a presumptive test with LCB, correct?
Right. It shows that it did work the majority of the time that they tested it, but they did obtain 2 negative results as well.
Out of how many total?
Out of 17 plus 18.
Okay. So it didn't work 2 out of 18 times?
How do I turn this on? Of the 35 times they tested it, they obtained a positive result 33% of the time, according to the article.
sorry.
33 times, sorry,
So
according to
since
the
you have a
article.
calculator, what's the percentage of that?
It looks like 94%.
94%. And here we're at 0 for 74. On the next article, on page 4 of the next article, there's a little chart. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Which article?
In the exhibit, the second article, page 4.
Page 28. Okay,
Next one. Next
the
page.
next one. Okay.
Am I reading this chart correctly to understand it to mean that Hemotrace detects blood at dilution levels in which LCV would not detect blood?
According to this study, which was performed by the Michigan State Police, they were able to obtain positive Hemotrace results for some samples that were negative LCV.
So the Hemotrace test is more sensitive than LCV, at least according to this study, correct?
It appears to be. According to this study, LCV is not a chemical that I use in the DNA casework department. It is a test that's performed by the crime scene unit, so they would be the best people to answer questions about sensitivity of that test.
But according to this, you would get a positive result even if you couldn't see anything with LCV. According to the previous study, after LCV, 94%, and here we're 0 for 74. Is it fair to say that there's no human blood on the T-shirt?
Like I said earlier, the test that I performed was negative for the presence of human blood.
Could we call up 32 again? This will be very quick. Zoom in on the pocket. Sorry, I don't have an image of the back of it, but I believe this is the name of a fishing boat, and there's a fishing boat on the back of the T-shirt. Were you aware when doing this is a fishing T-shirt?
No,
Have you ever gaffed a fish?
I don't even know what that word means, no.
Well, let me ask it this way then. If someone were doing something while wearing this T-shirt that would cause non-human blood to spray onto the shirt, could that be a reason why something would have a misting pattern with LCV and test negative from Hemotrace, 0 for 74?
I can't really answer anything about the misting pattern because that is not my area of expertise, but one possibility for a negative Hemotrace test is that the blood present on the item is not human blood, because Hemotrace is a confirmatory test for the presence of human blood. It also reacts to ferret blood and higher primate blood.
Doesn't react to fish blood, does it?
No.
Did you attend an evidence viewing meeting on January 5th of this year?
Yes, I did.
Was blood spatter discussed at that meeting?
I know that we talked about the results of the shirt. As far as blood spatter, again, I'm not a blood spatter analyst, so I cannot give any information about blood spatter on an item of clothing or on anything.
Specifically, were reports by Bevel discussed at that meeting?
I really do not recall.
Yeah, even though it was just this month, well, last month, time's flying.
Yeah, it's hard to remember specifics.
Reports by Deputy Kinsey discussed regarding blood spatter.
I don't recall that name at all.
Was the T-shirt discussed?
I don't remember the exact items that were discussed specifically.
Has anyone, how do I ask this? It looks like there's been a lot of work done on this T-shirt,
Yes,
and that's fair, right?
yes,
Put a lot of work into this T-shirt. There were the little cuttings in the beginning, the small ones in the hem, right? And then those are tested with
phenolphthalein.
right? And then DNA tested. All of these large cuttings, we haven't even gone over, there were a couple in the back of the shirt as well. These small cuttings, then you went back and made more small cuttings for the hemotrace, right? Lots of work, and then you're doing this big memo about hemotrace because of the shirt, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of work, and this is going on from a period of June 21, the month of the murders. It looks like all the way up until a month before trial. Is that fair?
Well,
Work on the shirt.
my analysis was complete before that, but
I mean, you're doing this memo to file because of the shirt results, correct?
yes, correct.
So I mean, so for all this work on this shirt, it appears that the theory was that he was wearing that shirt that night.
Objection sustained.
Just ask maybe this, the meetings that you've attended where the shirt was discussed and blood spatter was perhaps discussed, was there ever any discussion of a blue button-down shirt?
Not that I recall.
Never discussed? Okay. Beg the court's indulgence. I know you said it's not your area, but are you familiar with the term high-velocity impact spatter?
Not really.
Do you even know what that is?
No, I'm not a blood spatter expert.
Would you think that you could have blood spatter without blood? No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
When you analyze something, do you try to be thorough in your analysis?
Yes, I do.
And are you aware that before you analyzed this shirt that there were presumptive positives for blood?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you analyzed the shirt with the hemotrace, what were your findings?
The hemotrace results were negative.
All right. The defense also asked you about touch DNA. When you analyzed those cases and shot shells that were found at the scene, what were you analyzing those items for?
For item 7.1, the request was for touch DNA analysis. For items 9 and 10, the request was also for touch DNA analysis, but because there was staining on the swabs when Rachel Wynn did her processing, she presumptively tested those swabs, and they were presumptively positive for blood, and so they were forwarded for DNA analysis.
But for touch DNA on items like that, would you be looking for possibly whoever loaded those items into a gun?
Lead the witness.
Whose other DNA could you be looking for when you're analyzing those cases for DNA?
Typically, when cartridge cases or shotgun shells are submitted for touch DNA, we are looking for DNA of an individual who may have handled those cartridge cases or shotgun shells.
And is it common to find touch DNA on fired cases or shot shells?
In my experience, there's not been a very good yield of DNA on those items. From my understanding, when a bullet is fired, it is being put through a lot of intense heat as it's moving through the firearm. At least that's how firearms analysts seem to explain the process. And so the heat can affect the recovery of DNA from that item.
And also with touch DNA, do you know when touch DNA gets somewhere?
No, I can never say how or when DNA was deposited on an item.
So if I shook somebody's hand at some point in the day, could I have their DNA on my hand?
It's possible, yes.
And you would know when that got there?
No.
Now, do you determine what evidence is analyzed in a case? Do you look at all the evidence and pick and choose what you're going to analyze?
No, we are requested to analyze items of evidence.
So some requests for you to analyze evidence.
Correct.
Whoever requested for you to analyze the clothes of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I was never requested to analyze those items.
And do you analyze items that you have not been requested to analyze?
No.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Your Honor. You were asked about touch DNA. Is it common to find touch DNA on an object when that object is discovered touching a person?
Can you repeat that question?
If an object is found actually touching a deceased person, would it be uncommon to find that deceased person's touch DNA on that object?
No.
And would it be uncommon to find a wife's touch DNA on a husband's shirt?
It would not be uncommon, no.
No further questions.
Step down. Ladies and gentlemen, you can go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
You may now be seated.
Whatever we put the Elmo for, we put on the screen, don't appear somewhere.
Yes, sir.
No, you turn it this way though, please. Proceed, Your Honor.
Sir?
Thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Ellen Reamer.
Hold a moment, ma'am. Ma'am. You a witness, right? Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony like you have recorded in this trial shall be the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Take a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone if you have to.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes. Hi. My name is Dr. Ellen Reamer, R-I-E-M-E-R.
How you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and get right to it. And if you would, just tell the jury a little bit about your education that led up to you becoming a physician, please.
Yes, okay. Well, I graduated from medical school in 1997 with a Doctor of Medicine degree, Following that, I did a residency in pathology at New York Presbyterian Hospital, Columbia University Medical Center in the city of New York. Following that, I did a forensic pathology fellowship at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the state of Maryland. Following that, I did an additional fellowship training year at Johns Hopkins Hospital, Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, also in Baltimore. And I am board certified in forensic pathology and anatomic pathology. After I completed all my education and fellowship training, I took my first job as a forensic pathologist at Wake Forest University Baptist Medical Center, Wake Forest University School of Medicine in North Carolina, where I remained for almost 6 years, but before being recruited by the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, where I've been for 14 years as a forensic pathologist.
All right, and at the Medical University of South Carolina, you said you're a forensic pathologist. Do you have any professorship or teaching responsibilities there?
Yes, so I have also the title of Professor of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine, and because Medical University of South Carolina is a teaching institution, I am responsible for educating physicians in training as well as medical students, and that's an integral part of my job. So a lot of the work I do is observed by students and trainees.
And you mentioned you had some board certifications. Can you tell those to the jury, please?
Yes. So, you know, in order for somebody, there's the American Board of Pathology is the organization that certifies specialists in different fields, and well, the American Board of Pathology certifies specialists in pathology and requires them to take very long examinations and demonstrate and pass those examinations, and you can't just sit down and take them. You have to have achieved, gotten through your residency training and fellowship training as well. So I managed to do all of that, and I'm board certified in forensic pathology. Yes.
And do you have any membership or involvement in any professional societies that are relevant to what we're talking about here today?
Yes, well, I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and I also am responsible for editing journals. I have various academic responsibilities as well.
All right, and you mentioned editing certain journals. Have you published in the field of pathology over the years, given your professorships and your education expertise?
Yes. Because I'm interested in, educating the medical community, I published close to, I don't remember the exact number, but approximately 30 publications in the fields of pathology and forensic pathology. And this is also something that's valued at an academic institution, so you're not just practicing, but also contributing to the body of knowledge in your field.
Over the years with this experience, have you had called to conduct a number of autopsies?
Yes, so the principal responsibility of my work is to perform autopsies on deceased individuals in order to determine the cause and manner of death. And over the course of my career, don't keep exact track, but I estimate that I've done approximately 5,500 autopsies.
5,500?
Correct.
All right, and we'll talk more about what an autopsy is in a minute. Over that course of time doing 5,500 autopsies, have you been qualified as an expert and testified in courts of record in the nation?
Yes. So again, I'm not keeping track of every single one, but a conservative estimate would be approximately once a month for more than 20 years, which would put me in the mid 200, so about 250, but that's probably a little bit more than that.
And that's times you've been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
And is that just in South Carolina, or have there been other places?
Yeah, the majority have been in South Carolina, but also North Carolina, where I practiced for 6 years prior to moving to South Carolina. And I've also been admitted as an expert witness in forensic pathology in federal court a couple of times, where I autopsied individuals who died on tribal lands.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Dr. Reamer, Professor Reamer, as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection, Your Honor.
She's so qualified.
All right, Dr. Reamer, before we get to your specific findings in this case, can you quickly describe to the jury what is pathology and what is an autopsy? What is it that your science and being a physician, what are you trying to do?
Yes, so the purpose of an autopsy is to obtain as much information as I can from examination of the tissues of the body in order to come to a determination of the cause and manner of death. And the autopsy examination is basically a specialized surgical procedure. It starts with an external examination, so before any cuttings get started, I look from head to toe. I look for anything unusual. If there's injuries, I review them. I look at them carefully and document those findings, as well as establish an opinion on how injuries may have occurred.
And obviously, because in cases where you have traumatic injury, there's no getting around the fact that it's very graphic, the things that you have to look at and the things here today that you have to describe to the jury.
Yes, that's just part of it.
Did you have call in this particular case to examine the victims of these murders, Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, I have, the name is Margaret Murdaugh. I know she goes by Maggie, but Margaret Murdaugh as well as Paul Murdaugh. I performed the autopsies on both of these individuals.
All right. And do you recall what day that was?
I'll have to refer to my notes. Both of the autopsies on both Paul and Maggie were performed by me on June 10th, 2021.
And is it typical when you're conducting an autopsy that you have assistants there that assist you in performing these procedures and that sort of thing?
Yes, so I have assistants to help me with whatever I need, and the autopsies, I do the autopsy, and any assistance I need is done under my direction.
Sure. And then is it common that photographs are taken of the various injuries and your various findings as you do the autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And if any physical evidence is recovered during that autopsy, is law enforcement present or some official there to take custody of those sorts of things?
They're not always present, but if they're not present at the day of the autopsy, they'll come back, and I seal all of the evidence up and with in secure bags, and then those are transferred to the appropriate investigator.
Well, let's go ahead and get to it, and we're going to talk about Paul Murdaugh first, okay?
Okay.
And we also, do we have some poster boards behind you? And the first one is marked as States 500. And can you explain very quickly what this is to the jury, please?
Okay. So you may have seen these kinds of diagrams. These are blank body diagrams, and so when I autopsy a man or male, I start with that diagram, and it's basically a vehicle for me to take notes during the autopsy, so I can incorporate findings into my final autopsy report. But this is not, something that, this is really for my edification, and so I can write things down, and it helps me when I write the autopsy report to make sure I've covered everything.
And will this assist you as you explain to the jury the injuries that the two victims suffered?
Yes.
Dr. Reamer, let's again, starting with Paul, if you could very quickly How many, did you observe any gunshot wounds to Paul?
Well, actually, there were 2 shotgun wounds, so that's different than a handgun or, so a shotgun is where there, there's basically pellets that are enclosed in a wadding, and the wadding, after it's fired from the shotgun, kind of opens up and allows all these pellets to be released from the wadding. And so the features of his injuries told me in no uncertain terms that he was shot with a shotgun.
And if I could ask you with the court's permission, if you could step down. I'm going to hold up this board, and if you could bring a marker with you. I've got a red Sharpie right here if that helps you. And let's talk about the injuries that you observed to Paul Murdaugh. And then if you could, for the jury, if you could draw on this board that the first shotgun wound that you observed on Paul.
I'll use my markers.
All right. Let me put mine up real quick.
Okay. Okay, so in order to make things as clear to you as possible, I'm going to use a black marker for an entrance wound and red for exit, okay? So just arbitrarily. Okay, so Paul had 2 shotgun wounds. One of them was to the left side of the chest, approximately this location. And the wadding containing the pellets traveled beneath the skin through like the soft tissue of the left side of the chest. It didn't actually go into the chest cavity, but traveled beneath the skin and through the muscle and fat before exiting the left axillary region. Okay, so it's kind of a straight, kind of left to right, right to left shot. And
just real quick, when you say right to left, you're talking about Paul's right to left.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm always thinking about like the patient's right to left. Okay, it's not. If we look at it, it's from would be from left to right. But we always for consistency, it's always relative to his body.
Down here by the hands, could you put an R on one side and an L on the other,
sure.
just because I know I get confused?
Yeah, no, it is. And honestly, we all do this during autopsies as well, because especially we have the back, and it's very easy to make a mistake.
And also, just real quick, could you write Paul up at the top there? All right, thank you. All right. All right, so you were talking about that first shotgun wound to the chest and where it exited. Were there any other injuries associated with that? Please continue on.
Yes. So remember we have wadding enclosing pellets. The wadding actually got stuck, didn't completely exit and continue to fly out. It got stuck right underneath the skin of the left side of the chest, like close to the armpit area. And we have a photograph of that pink wadding that remained in the skin of the exit wound. From there, multiple of the shotgun pellets started going through like the left arm, okay, starting from the underside of the left arm. So the wadding terminated in the skin, and then pellets kind of went out and went through the left arm. Okay, so this is the left, remember this is his left side, his left shoulder, his left arm. And then we've got a bunch of exit pellet wounds on the left side of the arm, and some also a little bit on the back. So that, you can see this is going through, and then this is actually on the inside of the arm, and the exits are kind of on the left side. So,
was there any stippling associated with this particular wound?
Yes, okay, so there was stippling, and I'll draw that over here, okay? So when a projectile comes out of the barrel of a weapon, be it a shotgun, a handgun, an assault rifle, what propels that projectile, or we call, projectile out of the barrel of the gun. Okay, it's gunpowder, and gunpowder is basically ignited through the action of the shooter on the gun, and so gunpowder is basically burning and projects the projectile out of the barrel of the gun. A projectile can potentially travel a very long distance, like many feet, or yards, or depending on the projectile, until it hits something. Or if it doesn't hit anything, it could eventually lose power and go to the ground. But the gunpowder that leaves the barrel of the weapon can travel not too far. It only travels about up to 3 feet, depending on the weapon. So in this case, we actually have some particles of like abrasions from particles of gunpowder. And this is called gunpowder stippling. Okay, so we have stippling, which indicates that this wound was fired at a fairly close range. We can't say exactly, but probably no more than 3 feet, because that's our standard. Could be anywhere from 2 to 3 feet. And interestingly enough, there was some markings on the edge of this kind of cookie cutter type of defect from the wadding going in that shows that some of the petals of the wadding are beginning to open. So this is very classic for a shotgun entrance wound, and the autopsy shows that it went, after going through the underneath the left side of the chest, it went through the left arm.
All right. And let me ask you this, and before we look at some of the pictures, which are very graphic, is that correct?
Yes, it's just the nature of the beast.
Okay. If this particular injury, was it immediately fatal?
No, amazingly enough, this really, if that was all he sustained, he would have needed medical attention and some stitches and irrigation of the wound to clean it out, to make sure he doesn't get infected. But it actually did not pierce the chest or cause any internal bleeding. It did, however, cause a bruise or contusion of the left lung, and that's because there's a lot of energy associated with this, but didn't actually go through the ribs, but caused a contusion of the left lung. But he would have been expected to continue to be standing after this. It would not have sent him to the ground.
All right. If you could, there's a dowel stick over by your witness stand, and I'm going to make sure the jurors down here could see what you're talking about. If you could grab that for me real quick, and then we'll look at some of the pictures here in a second.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
Well, I just wanted to show it to these jurors down here just to make sure they could see what you were doing. And then if you could just stay standing for me, I'm going to give them an exhibit to stay by real quick, Dr. Room. Careful to keep these pointed this way if you could, but I'm going to have you just look through states 478, 479, 480, 481, and 482 and see if you recognize those images.
Okay. So these are photographs.
And just real quick, just tell me if you recognize them.
Yes. I recognize all of them.
All right. And these images that were taken during the autopsy you conducted of Paul Murdaugh?
Yes.
All right. And would they assist you in explaining the injuries to the jury?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I've moved states 478, 479, 480, 481, and 482 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
All right. Now, Dr. Ream, if you get the dowel stick and come around here to this screen, I'm going to put this first image up on the Elmo, and then if you could, we'll talk a little bit about these injuries and describe them to the jury.
Okay. So we can see it's not great focus here, but this is the entrance shotgun wound on the left side of the chest. His left nipple is over here, so it's the left side of the chest. And there is some stippling around
And
it.
Dr. Rumer, I apologize.
Okay.
If you could come around and work this way so that all our jurors who are that way can
absolutely.
see.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. So the shotgun wound is going in this direction. Remember, it exited that left side of the chest and then continued through the left arm. So that is a photograph of that wound, to the shotgun wound to the chest.
All right. And we'll see some more close-up images here in a minute, but this is the entrance wound right here, is that correct?
Yes.
And then we have some injuries right here. Is that where those
Yes,
petals exited into the arm?
that is where the wadding, which is the plastic piece enclosing the pellets, terminated in the skin. It just didn't manage to get out. But all those pellets kind of got released from the wadding and went through the left arm.
I'm going to move, that was states 478 for the record. I'm going to move now to states 479. And what is this image?
Okay, so this is a more close-up view of the entrance wound. And you can see that it looks like there's little, almost squares or pegs sticking out of the edge. And that tells us that the wadding is starting to open, because it opens up, it kind of opens up, there's petals. And this is a classic. I could put it in a book to say that this is consistent with a shotgun entrance wound. Okay, and we can see the dots around here. Those are from pieces of gunpowder that have basically impacted the skin because it's within a distance of 3 feet or so.
Moving now to states 480.
Okay, so usually when I take a photo, I don't want to go too close because then you won't be able to see where it is on the body. But here, this is recognized, this is the nipple, right? His left nipple. And we saw the entrance wound over here. And so here we have the, this is an exit wound where this pink wadding is basically stuck right there. And you can see these are the petals on the edge, and that's what gave that unique appearance to the entrance wound. Now, this is basically a cylinder that encloses lots of pellets. And then the pellets here, we start to actually have some of the pellets coming through the surrounding skin and then along the left side of the lateral side of the chest, kind of below the armpit area.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 111, already in evidence at this time. Do you recognize that?
Yes, so that is the wadding that I recovered at autopsy and took a picture of it before I recovered it, so that's the wadding that was from Paul's chest.
And just again, point out where that is in that image, please.
Yeah, so here it is. It's kind of peeking out through this big hole in the left side of the chest.
All right, let me move on to the next exhibit. I'm going to put up on the screen now states 481. And tell me what this image records.
Okay, so this is a photograph of the same wadding, but I'm taking it from a different angle, okay? So he's lying on an autopsy table, and I've moved his arm up to show the relationship of this wadding with the entrance pellet wounds on the underside, the underside of the left arm. And interestingly enough, a lot of times pellets just go through the skin, but here we have some abrasions around the skin, and it actually corresponds to abrasions. We normally don't have abrasions with an exit wound, such as we have here, but the fact that we have abrasions on the underside of the left side of the chest corresponding to the inside of the arm indicates that his arm was down at the time of this injury.
So let me ask you about that. In your expert opinion, having done 5,500 autopsies, is there any way that Paul's hands were up when he suffered that shotgun wound to the chest that you've been talking about?
No, the autopsy answers that question, that his arm was down by his side at the time he sustained this injury.
And again, highlight the specific features that you observed that caused you to come to that expert opinion.
So if, let's just say hypothetically, if his arm was up, you see all of these abrasions around this exit defect and the abrasions around these pellet entrances. We wouldn't see that because they, those are caused by when these pellets and the wadding is pressing up against the skin is very elastic. So this is just kind of logic. I think you're all going to get this. It's kind of going to push the skin before it actually exits. The skin's going to stretch a lot. And if it hits up against the other portion of the skin, we have kind of abrasions, which are kind of scrapes on the skin around where it exited as well as where it entered. So these are sometimes called it's a shored exit wound. So the skin actually struck another area, and in fact it corresponds exactly. It's like a reflection. We can see this is reflected. This one is reflected over here. So if we can only get that kind of a mark if his arm is down. Now this is the kind of thing that is the logical conclusion, and I'm confident that was the position of his arm at the time he was shot. And this is based on my training and more than 20 years of experience doing these cases.
All right, let me look at the next exhibit, which will be 482 for the record. And tell us what you see here, and also, if you could, how that also supports the conclusions you were just talking about to the jury.
Okay, so these are the exit pellet wounds on the outside of the arm in this area, right? So this is kind of like his armpit here. And we can see these are kind of just, these pellet exit wounds don't have the kind of abrasions around it. This is just kind of finding its way through the skin. And then this one is over here. So, and if the further the pellets travel, it kind of splays out. So after the pellets leave the wadding that is open, there's spread. So, but these are, exit pellet wounds, and we don't have the kind of abrasions to suggest that his arm was pressed up against anything at the time that those pellets exited.
All right. One other thing as well is when talking about his arm being down, of course, the wadding stopped in that wound still in his chest, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. Just give me 1 second here to get some other exhibits and show them to defense counsel. All right, Dr. Reamer, if I could get you maybe to stand that way just a little bit. I know we're in tight confines, and then we're trying to be as respectful as we can with these images. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as 483, states 484, states 485, 486, and 487. And just quickly tell me if you recognize those, and then I want to go back to the board before we talk about those pictures.
Yes, I recognize these.
All right, and those autopsy photographs that you took of Paul Murdaugh?
These are photographs that I took at the autopsy of Paul Murdaugh.
And would they assist you in explaining to the jury the injuries that he suffered?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd move states 483, 484, 485, 486, and 487 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They are admitted.
And Your Honor, I think seal.
Yes, sir. And for the record, these are under seal, and I provided the cover sheets to the court reporter. Every exhibit except for the poster board that we're doing, the state would request to be under seal because of their graphic nature. All right, Dr. Reamer, let's, that was, and we'll come back a little bit more to that first injury, but there was a second shotgun injury as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and I'm going to go back to States 500, which is the poster board, and if you could explain to and draw on this diagram that second injury, and then we'll look at the pictures.
So there was a large shotgun wound defect to the top of his left shoulder. And there were lots of pellets recovered in the left shoulder area. And from there, it kind of just went across the top of the left shoulder and then went into the left side of the neck and face. Okay? And from there, his face actually was not destroyed from this, but there's a big exit wound on the top of the right side of the head. So this wound went from his left toward his right and upward, and with a slight front to back deviation. Now, what does that tell us? We don't really know. It's kind of going toward, it's sparing his face, it's going behind the face. Now, one thing that makes sense to me, how could that happen? If he was just standing, not everybody gets shot like standing like these diagrams, right? But if he was shot and his face was forward, it would have taken off a lot of his face. However, if he is turned toward the shooter, then it's going to go into the face here and go out toward the right back of the head. So to me, it makes sense that his head is turned to the left. Not necessarily completely, but partially turned to the left. And what happened here was an extremely severe, immediately fatal injury, because what it did was that after it went through the left side of the neck and face, our brain is basically held up through the skull. So we have bone at the top of the skull, but then we also have a bone that kind of holds up the brain. It went through the base of the skull, okay, which is kind of like in this area, the brain is up there. And this wound, actually, his brain was ejected out of the top of the right side of his head and actually arrived at the autopsy in a separate bucket. So the force of this wound actually pushed the brain out of his head. There was only just a small piece of brain remaining, and that's the brain stem that was attached to the spinal cord.
All right, and real quickly, going back to the first wound to the chest, if Paul was standing when he suffered that, could he have remained standing after suffering that wound?
Yes.
All right. The second wound, the one that starts in the shoulder and goes in here and then out the top of his head, what would have been the effect of that wound?
That would have been immediately fatal, and he would not have been standing. He would have just fallen to the ground.
All right, and would he have been capable at all of bracing his fall or anything like that with a catastrophic injury like that?
No, that's instantaneous death.
All right. Did you notice any abrasions on his face or anything like that?
Yes, he did have, and it's depicted in one of the photographs. He does have a kind of a scrape on his face, and very frequently scrapes on the face that it has a slight directionality. It's consistent with a terminal collapse. So if he's hitting the ground with some movement, there's frequently kind of a linear pattern. And, all of this really makes sense. Once you see these things, you can understand that if somebody is going to fall with, the force of their body and they're going to hit their face on the ground, and we get some abrasions that correspond to that.
All right. And let me do this real quick. If you could grab that dowel stick for me, and I'm going to make sure the jurors down here had a chance to see what you've been drawing.
Okay.
So that's the shoulder right there, and then...
Yeah, I should have made a red mark here to be consistent. This is the exit wound on the right side of the body, and the brain came out of that exit.
You mentioned a little bit about being consistent with Paul kind of having his head tilted to one side. If you could use the dowel stick, maybe use me as an example and show me kind of what you're talking about. And you can position me however you want to.
Yeah, okay.
Let's go out here just a little bit.
So
Yeah.
we'll start with like a different idea, okay? In order to understand how that's the case. So if a shotgun wound is entering the top of the left shoulder, and let's say his head is turned like that, it's going to go right through the face, right? But if his head is turned like that, it's going to spare the face and be able to go behind the face. So if somebody's just standing looking straight ahead, this most likely would have done a lot of damage to his face. But the fact that the face is remained intact tells me that his head was, I don't know, up or down, but his head was facing in the direction from where the shotgun was being fired.
And then the injury to the shoulder would have been where, if you just point with this?
Yes, so it's kind of on the top of the shoulder. This also did not injure his chest cavity. It kind of went through a lot of the skin and muscle and fat of the left shoulder. And there were a lot of pellets that were recovered from the left shoulder area as well as the head and neck.
And I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as States 110, and do you recognize this item already in evidence?
Yes, these are the pellets that I recovered from the left shoulder and head area.
All right. I'm going to go ahead, and if you could stay on that side so the jurors can see, and I'm going to...
This side?
Yeah, if you could work on this side so that the jurors down on that end can see, and I'm going to look at some of these. All right, and I'm going to show you first what's been marked as States 483. And can you tell me what's on this particular image, particularly as to some of the things you were just describing as to the abrasion and things like that?
Yes. So we can see this is basically an abrasion is a fancy word for scrape. So there are scrapes on the right side of his face. And you can see they kind of have, you can kind of see that there's a little bit of linearity. So if he just fell completely flat, we might just get like, dots, but if there's some movement, we get, it's kind of, he's hitting the ground and then moving it a little bit as his face hits, so we get this kind of vertical direction. And this is a very typical type of injury to the face that somebody might suffer from a terminal collapse. So after they sustain a fatal injury, what are they going to do? They're going to fall to the ground. Now, depending on the surface of, if it's concrete or, grass, we might get some. But this is very typical of, I don't know what kind of surface it was, but a terminal collapse.
Okay. All right, if you would, with this image, and this would be States 484, please explain to the jury using this image some of the concepts that you've been describing to them.
So this is the top of his left shoulder, and this is the continuation of the ammunition through the left side of the lower face, and from there it proceeded behind the face through the base of the skull and exited the right side of the top of the head and sort of toward the back of the right side of the top of the head.
And those two sort of together, that's kind of what you described before when you had positioned my head in the manner in which you did.
Yeah, that's right. So my feet turned to the left like that. I think that makes the most logical sense, and forensic pathology is really logical. So when we look at these things, we have to think, well, how could this have happened? And, after it's not always immediately obvious, but, with some thought, we can come to these conclusions with confidence.
Turning now to States 485. So it's just another perspective.
Yes, so this is the same injury. This is formed by a single piece of ammunition here that went through the top of the left shoulder. It tore it up, right? And then went into the left side of his face and neck. And some of these pellets also did a lot of damage in the neck because they kind of splay out as they go further. And some of them went actually through his airway and other structures of the neck, as well as continuing through the base of the skull and propelling the majority of the brain out the right side of the back of the head. Okay.
And now going to the sort of the end of that particular one, tell us what this image represents.
So, you can kind of see, it looks like this piece of his head. We're not really seeing the entire thing because his forehead is basically still intact, but you can appreciate at this point that, the contours of his skull are disrupted. And that's because there's a defect at the top of the skull, but not involving the forehead, so it's kind of in the back. So we know it started at the shoulder, it's ended in the back, so his head may have been like that, facing toward the left.
For the record, that was stage 486, and then finally stage 487.
Okay, now this is, all right, so this is,
I can't. It's
yes.
hard for me to see what. All right, Dr. Raymer, if you would. That's all the images I have right now.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to the jury room for a few moments. Please not discuss the case.
You may now be seated.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. May it please the court. Dr. Reamer, before we took a break, we were obviously discussing the very catastrophic injuries from that second shotgun wound to Paul, and that would have been immediately fatal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you this very quickly. Do you see any evidence of any defensive wounds on Paul?
No, I did not.
Can you describe quickly what a defensive wound is and then explain why you see none in this particular instance for this?
Yes. So a defensive wound is, sometimes somebody might sustain injuries that suggest that they had their hands or arms up while trying to defend themselves from what is about to happen. And I don't see anything on his hands that would indicate, he had his hands up to his face in anticipation of the injury that was about to happen. So.
And in your expert opinion, as you described it to the jury before, his arm was down for that first shot.
Yes. So that first shot, his arm was down, and I don't see any evidence of injury to his hands from the second wound.
And then that abrasion on his face is consistent with that second shot and him just having terminal
Right.
collapse.
So falling to the ground, hitting the right side of his face on the ground with a little bit of forward movement. So we got that kind of linearity, and that would be consistent with collapsing to the ground after it's very frequently people, after sustaining any kinds of disabling injuries, if they're standing up, they're going to fall. It's just gravity. And so he fell, and he was face down at the time, so he had a scrape on the cheek, which is the surface of his body that impacted the ground.
What were the toxicology results on Paul, if any?
Anything
that he might have had in his system?
Oh, yes. So every person that has an autopsy at MUSC, and everybody gets a full toxicology testing done. MUSC does not actually perform toxicology, but toxicology was sent to a toxicology lab that tests for any possible substances that may be in the blood, and the only thing he had in the blood at the time of his death was caffeine.
No alcohol or drugs?
No alcohol or drugs. It was negative.
Were you able to reach any conclusion about the order in which Paul suffered these shotgun blasts?
Okay. Well, in my opinion, based on my education and experience, the first shotgun wound, the initial shot was to the chest, following which he remained standing and sustained the other gunshot wound to the top of the left shoulder and head. If we think about it, well, is it possible that the other one was first? It just kind of defies logic, right? So if he got that one first on the left shoulder and through his head, we know that one sent him to the ground. So he fell to the ground, hit the right side of the face. How is he possibly going to get that one to the front of the chest? So it's just hard to imagine a scenario in which the shotgun wound to the head was first.
Let's move now, if we can, to Maggie Murdaugh, and you did her autopsy as well as you described as jury, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
All right, and how many gunshot wounds, just very quickly, did you observe on Maggie?
So she sustained a total of 5 gunshot wounds from a minimum of 4 shots. So it could have been from 4 shots with 5 wounds or 5 separate shots. And I will explain once we do that. Go through.
I have what's been marked as States 501, and again, this is another diagram that would assist you in explaining these
Yes,
injuries.
so this is the female or the woman diagram, and and this is what I used to take notes while I performed the autopsy.
All right, if you would step down, please, and walk over here, and we'll do the same procedure with Maggie. If you start out by writing her name at the top, and then put the left and right on there too to aid us in understanding.
Okay.
All right, and let me do this just very quickly. I apologize. And going back to States 500, and this is Paul, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had an arrow right here kind of showing the direction of shot number 1, is
Yes.
that right? Can you do an arrow for shot number
Sure.
2, please? All right. And Your Honor, this time I'd move States 500 into evidence for demonstrative purposes. Or move it into evidence.
Is he going to just use it for demonstrative purposes, or is he moving it into evidence?
I'm moving it into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
All right, going back to 501, this would be Maggie, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if you could start to detail the injuries that you observed to Maggie in what is the most probable order based on your review of the evidence.
Well, first of all, this was a different weapon. It was not a shotgun with wadding and pellets. These injuries that Maggie sustained were they're completely consistent with an assault rifle. Okay, so it's a different weapon. And I'm going to go through the 5 wounds, and then we'll think about how I'll try to explain my opinion as to the likely order, just sort of like we figured out Paul's shotgun wound to the chest came first, but we'll do the same with hers. But she's got a few more wounds, so it could be a little bit more, require a little bit more logical thinking. Okay, so she had an entrance wound that was right over there. Okay, it's kind of right below the rib cage, not far from the middle of her midline of her body. And that wound, okay, now we're going to remember, this is right and left. It's very easy to get the right-left situation confused, but that's going from front to back and downward, and there was an exit wound kind of like right down here. Okay, so it entered here. Okay, so we're in a kind of downward direction. It was actually 10 inches below where it entered, so it's pretty low. Down here was the exit wound, and on the way, that projectile, that bullet, went through the abdominal wall. That's like our muscle and all that. And then once it got inside the body, it went through mesentery, which is the supportive tissues of our intestines. So it went through mesentery, has all the blood vessels and lymphatics, all that stuff that supports our intestines. Our intestines take up a lot of room in there. Now it's continuing to go toward the back of her body, went through the pancreas, okay, which is kind of toward the back, and then as it's traveling left, it went through the left kidney and left iliac artery, which is a blood vessel that leads off the aorta before exiting the left side of the back.
All right. And let's go ahead. Can we do the second wound, and then we'll talk about both of those together in a second, if we could,
So
please.
We've got 2 that are basically completely to the front of the body, directly to the front. And there's another wound that's kind of on the front inside of the left thigh, kind of like over there, okay? And this one is also going from front to back and toward the left and downward. So these two shots follow a parallel path. They're both, so this is the left, okay, left leg, right, left thigh, and the exit wound was in the back of the left thigh, and it actually, this is a little bit too high, okay, I should, but it was lower.
Put
down.
an X through the wrong one.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so it's traveling in a downward direction and also with a kind of a slight right to left. So I'm going to draw an arrow to indicate the direction, okay? So that one's going like that. And then this one is also going in the same direction, downward toward the back.
And those, you said, followed kind of a parallel trajectory?
Yes, they had a relatively parallel trajectory. Another feature of each of these wounds is that, remember we talked about gunpowder stippling when somebody is shot at a relatively close range. Well, both of these wounds had gunpowder stippling around them, okay? All right.
And
now,
go ahead and remind the jury what stippling indicates about probable distance from a firearm.
So within 3 feet. We don't usually see it any more than 3 feet. Sometimes it's within 2 feet, but depending on the firearm, I can't say exactly, but it's somewhere in that range.
It's a fairly close range of parallel trajectories for these two wounds.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
And they both exited the left side of the body. One was on the, this is her left leg. It's really easy to get turned around here, okay? Left thigh, and the other's on the left side of the lower back. And the one to the left leg actually just went through muscle and soft tissue, didn't actually break a bone.
All right. If those two wounds, let's go ahead and do all the wounds. Can we go to the next wound that we have? And before we do that, was there a wound to the wrist in this particular instance?
Yes, there was a wound to the wrist, and it was on the left wrist. The entrance wound was somewhere around here. And, okay, so this is her left wrist, and then the exit wound was a little bit higher on the inside of the arm. So this is the kind of the hairy part, this part, and then the inside where there was an exit wound.
All right, and using my left hand, can you kind of point generally to the jury about the location of those?
Yeah, so kind of going in here and out there.
All right. All right, so that's 3 gunshot injuries at this point, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, now tell me about the fourth one, if you would,
Okay.
please.
So the fourth one was somewhat unusual because it's going in an upward direction through the body, okay? There was an entrance wound on the underside of the left breast that exited like the top of the left breast, okay? And from there, we have some marks there's like bruising on the left side of the chest up here, the left clavicle, and that bullet continued through the underside of the left side of the face, okay? So there's a wound kind of like over there, okay? And everything is kind of going up. So this was an exit, and then we have like a re-entrance, okay? So we have a series of defects. This is an entrance, an exit, and then the bullet continued through the left side of the face and lower ear area and into her head. Okay, now in addition to
Just real quick, those first 2 wounds that you described, the wound to the abdomen and the wound to the leg, and those were both to the front of the body, is that correct?
Correct.
And they both had a similar parallel trajectory, is that correct?
Yes.
Would either one of those wounds have been immediately fatal?
No.
All right. The wound you just described, and how about the wound to the wrist? Would that have been immediately fatal?
No.
What about the wound that you just described that went in near the breast and then went into the head?
Yes, that would have been immediately fatal because when it entered the left side of the face, it basically destroyed the brain.
And was there another gunshot injury, traumatic gunshot injury, aside from that one?
Yes, but I'm going to, before I continue, I did want to mention that there was an abrasion, kind of a scrape, below that, which indicate below her left breast. So it indicates before it actually went through the left breast, it kind of scraped along the abdomen as it was going upward before it went into her head.
On the injury, the gunshot wound, the assault rifle wound to the abdomen, and the assault rifle wound to the leg, you said there was stippling there. Is that correct?
Yes. The other wounds did not have any stippling,
Right,
so they were from further back.
The wrist wound had no stippling?
Correct.
And that wound that you just described going up into Maggie's head, that did not have any stippling either?
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned there's one more as well to her head. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Describe that to the jury using this chart, please, or this diagram.
Okay. So there was an entrance wound to the back of the head, okay, that was kind of like right over there, okay, and it's kind of near the base of her skull, and that was going downward, okay. Now this is like automatic rifle, it's a rifle ammunition, so it's not a single, cylindrical projectile that remains intact. These rifles, the projectiles fragment as they go through the body. That's one of the mechanisms by which they do enormous damage. Okay. Now this wound was going in a downward direction, and then we have lots of exit wounds on the right side of her upper back where all of those fragmented projectiles, fragments, exited. And this wound, it's in a clearly downward direction. It entered the back of her head, went through the back of the skull, and through the brainstem and cerebellum. Okay, so these are vital portions at the very bottom of the brain. But it did not enter into her chest. It continued just scraping along the top of the back. So we know this is going in a downward direction. So how do we reconcile? How do we make sense of a wound that's going upward and then another wound that's going downward? Okay, you'll recall this wound that went through her left breast and into the left side of her face injured her brain, right? She's not going to be standing anymore. Now, how would this even go upward? Okay, those first two shots, right? The one to her, or we'll say the one to her, the right side of her abdomen, that went, remember, through her pancreas and the left kidney. Kidney pain is usually very painful. We can imagine this did not immediately cause death, but she may have been bent over straight, and that puts her in a position, if someone's bending over, leaning over, to get a gunshot wound that goes along. So when we look at her body in an upright position, and she's got a gunshot wound going upward, we know it's going upward because it ended in her head. Probably her body was bent over, and it may have been that she just sustained this very painful wound to her abdomen, not in addition to her thigh, and she was most likely, in my opinion, bent over or even possibly on the ground, but not completely lying flat, at the time, because then it would never have been able to go through you know, you have some like skip areas here. So if she's bent over, we have some skin folds, we're gonna get a skip, plus it went through the underside of the left breast, exited the top of the left breast, so that would indicate that her breast may have been sort of, you know, like hanging down a little bit.
All right, so do you have that dowel stick anywhere? Unless if you would, just, again, use me, if you could, just describe some of the concepts you're talking about. And let's start with those first two shots to the abdomen, and then just kind of position me as we move on to the shots.
All right, so one wound.
Stand over here if you would.
Okay,
so that you're-
absolutely. Okay. Well, now I have to kind of, I'll have to, yeah, I can't show this. Yeah, I'm going to show this. The entrance would be about there, right, top of the abdomen, and it went through the body, exiting on the left side of the lower back.
Mm-hmm.
And while it was in the body, went through the pancreas and the left kidney and a blood vessel nearby.
All right, and then the wound to the thigh.
Okay, the thigh was kind of on the front, but a little bit toward the inside area. And that exited lower down on the left thigh, in the back of the left thigh.
The one to the abdomen, would that have been very painful?
Yes, I mean, you know, kidney, if you ever knew anybody that had a kidney stones are some of the worst pain in medicine. People who get a kidney stone have to get on very high doses of morphine just to control the pain. Well, she had, you know, like projectiles, you know, ammunition going through her left kidney. You can imagine that was a very painful wound and may have caused her to like fold over in pain.
So something like this?
Yes.
All right. And could it even been that she went to the ground and she's on her hands and knees, something like this?
Yes, that's also possible, and she could have had her head bent down or like sort of touching the ground at that point as well.
This shot, this one right here that you described right there, is there any way at that point in time she could have been completely prone flat on the ground like this?
No, because then how, you know, a bullet's not just going to go up. So she has to at least have been, I can't say for sure, but it makes sense that after receiving those first two shots, she's going to be bent over at least, or possibly, you know, even lower to the ground, enabling her to get a wound.
And if you could, bounce
yeah,
that over,
like
could
that.
you do
That's
this?
perfect. Okay, going through the front of the left side of the chest, and if your head is bent over even further, you can imagine it's going to go into the head like that. Okay, so when you know I first look at this, I'm like, what? You know, it takes a little, but in retrospect, now that I've made sense of this, it all comes together. So.
So far at this point in time, we've talked about the abdomen and the thigh wound. In your opinion, are those two shots the first two shots she suffered?
Yes, I think she was standing upright at the time, and then she only could have gotten the wound to the left side of, you know, through the left side of the front into her head if she's horizontal but not completely on the ground. But after sustaining that wound, okay,
She could have been down on her hands and
she
knees
could have been
too.
down on her hands and knees or just bent over, right? It went into her brain. She's going to fall to the ground completely, and that puts her in a position to get the gunshot wound to the back of the head. I can't really, you know,
All right.
you might not. You're too far away for that.
Sorry, I'm gonna go over here, but show me that
Yeah,
last wound. if
okay,
you
so
would.
the last wound was going in a downward direction, entered here, and it's kind of, you know, enough to fracture the skull and go through the back of the brain, it's like the brain stem, and then have just a bunch of exit wounds there. So that actually is in kind of a downward direction. So we've got something going upward, we have something going downward, and it only makes sense that the one to the left side of the front occurred first, because if the one to the back of the head was, she basically was already had injury to the brain sufficient to have killed her. The one to the back of the head that went down was, you know, an additional wound, but you know, the one to the that entered the left side of the brain was already sufficient to have killed her.
If she had not suffered this wound right here, the one where she's hunched over her hands and knees, if she had not suffered that one, would this one to the back of the head also been immediately fatal?
Yes, either one of them would have been immediately fatal. That one went through the brain stem and the cerebellum. Those sections of the brain, their whole job is to keep us alive. they keep us breathing and set the cardiac rhythm, and without that, none of us would be here.
But in your opinion, abdomen and thigh is first. This one that went through her breast into her head is after that, and then this one is when she's prone on the ground to the back of the head.
Yes, so I
This is
do
the last
think
one.
this isn't something that I, immediately realized, but after thinking about it, how, this is gunshot wounds to one person, how do I make sense of this? And this is the most likely logical sequence of shots that she sustained. I also want to mention, remember we had this wound to the, so we have 4 we know about, right? We've got right side of the abdomen, left thigh, left, the left side of the head in the front. We have breast first, and then we have this last wound while she was prone on the ground, okay, to the back of the head. We also have this additional wound to the left wrist that exited a little bit higher. Now, is it possible that her arm was just somewhere and got shot? Yes. But remember, we know that she must have been in a lot of pain in her abdomen from that shot that went through the abdomen. And if she is bent over, where would her hand likely be? It makes sense she might be bent over with her hand right there. And so if her hand is bent, she's got her hand on her belly, the wound entering the left wrist could exit there before actually going up. So if she's got her hand on her belly, I don't know if that's actually happened, but that's why I described 5 individual gunshot wounds, but because the left wrist could have moved, it could have happened before another one of the shots.
And what you just described there with her wrist kind of close to her stomach after suffering that abdominal and thigh wound, that is consistent with the evidence what you just described. Is that correct? That having her hand right there like you just described?
that it would be consistent. I can't say 100% that that's what happened, but that is a gunshot wound to the left wrist, and it may have been sustained while she had her hand on her abdomen, possibly.
Give me one sec. All right, Dr. Reamer, I'm going to show you some images, and if you could stand back that way just so we can, again, try to protect these as much as we can. These, again, are very graphic, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you, if you could, and I'm going to kind of give them to you this way, states 488, 489, 490, 491, double check, 492, 493, 495, 498, 499. And do you generally recognize those images?
Yes.
Autopsy photos you took of Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, these are photographs that I took of Maggie Murdaugh's wounds.
All right, and would those assist you in explaining these injuries to the jury?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence states 488, 489, 490, 491, 492, 493, 495, 498, and 499.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
All right. Dr. Reamer, if you could grab the dial stick and come on down here, and I'm going to try to move through these as expeditiously as I can. Starting with 488, tell the jury.
What? Okay, thanks. Okay, so,
Just stand on this side real quick.
yeah,
So that,
oh, got it. Okay, that's good. All right, so this is a photo of her left thigh. Okay, this is the knee area. And we can see this is kind of on the inside area of the front of the left thigh. And we do have the stippling around it, which tells us that it was shot within a certain, like, relatively close range.
and we have the stippling as you've described. Moving on to
Okay.
states 489. What is
All
this right here?
So you can kind of appreciate this is like the curve of her knees. This is the back of the left thigh where we have an exit wound.
Going on now to states 490. What is this?
Okay, so this is the entrance wound on the right side of the front of the abdomen below the rib cage, close to the midline. And we do have stippling here. It's a little sparser and a little further spread. So that was also close enough, within 3 or so feet, to deposit the stippling, probably a little further back than the one to the left thigh, because there's a closer, there's more tightness of the stippling on the thigh. So if we think of it as kind of going outward, it covers a wider area and is more sparse on the right side of the abdomen.
Moving on to the next one. What is this right here?
Okay, so this is the exit wound to the left side of the lower back.
Just very quickly, you mentioned that there's stippling on both the abdomen and the thigh, but there's a little bit of difference in distance between the two. Is that correct?
Yes, a small amount. There's stippling on both, but the wound to the thigh is a more tighter, more closely packed bunch of stippling, and doesn't appear as further away from the actual defect. So that was a little bit closer than to the barrel of the gun was a little closer to her body than the one to the right side of the abdomen, but both of them were within 3 feet.
And those were the only two wounds that you observed with stippling of the ones that you've described, is that
Yes.
correct? All right. Going on now to this next 492. Tell us what this is, if you would, please.
Okay, so this is a wound to the left wrist, and we can see this is her left thumb, so it's kind of right over there, and it's going through the left wrist, exiting on the soft side of her left forearm.
And moving on now to 493. What
Okay.
does that look like?
Yes, so there it is. That's the exit wound. So she had the entrance wound to the part of her wrist near her thumb, and it's going through the left forearm area, exiting at an angle. Right, we know it's kind of exiting at an angle because this defect is oblong. Right, if it's going straight across, we would just have a hole, right? But if something's exiting in an angle, we have more of an oblong exit.
All right. Moving on to the next one, and again, this is graphic,
Yeah,
but can you
sorry, right.
tell me what this is, and I'm going to move the picture down as you describe it, please.
Okay, so here's her belly button, just to give you a reference point. And this was that entrance wound on the right side of the abdomen. This is another injury that kind of grazed, kind of abraded the left side of the abdomen before going through her left breast.
And then moving down.
Yeah.
Is that
Okay.
sufficient? I can't really see.
Yeah, so it's fine. Okay, this is a very large destructive hole in the left side of her face, including parts of her left ear. And this makes sense to be a continuation of the one through the left breast. I was confident that this was all the result of a single bullet, single fired shot. And what we see over here is basically a bruise from, it didn't actually go into the left shoulder, but as it's coursing upward through the breast before it kind of go, and if she's bent over, then it's going to bruise this clavicle area, right? That's that bone right here, before going into the left side of her lower face.
All right, moving on now, and I'm going to go out of order just a bit. I'm at 499, and can you explain?
All right, I'm having trouble seeing what this, oh yeah, okay, yeah. So at the time I did the autopsy, and I have a wound to the left wrist and through the forearm, and a wound that's going along the left side of the abdomen. I can't be certain, I can't say with an absolute certainty that her hand was up against her abdomen at the time that the gunshot wound to her torso was going upward, right? But if her hand was on her abdomen, which she may have had there after getting shot through the abdomen and bending over, this would be a perfect line through the, like through the wrist, out the left forearm, and like continuing in an upward direction before fatally entering the left side of her head.
Is that an explanation for how the wrist and that gunshot could be
Yes.
related?
So I took a photo of the wrist and the scrape along the left side of her abdomen together because it occurred to me, based on my experience over decades, that this may have represented a single inflicted shot. Maybe the one to the wrist was a separate shot. And in my autopsy report, I described it as separate because unless I'm absolutely certain that it's from the same shot, I'm going to describe them separate. But I'm able to tell you, so we have 4 wounds to the body, and it may, 5 wounds, but if we count the left wrist as separate, but if the left wrist was connected to the other one, to one of the others, then it's there's only 4 shots to the body.
And then finally, states 498.
Okay, so this is also a very ugly shot, and this is the back of her head, and is a routine matter. She had hair there, but it wasn't apparent what kind of a wound she had back there. There was blood, but I'll cut away the hair to display the entrance wound, and you can see how long it is. It's long. It's not just a hole going from back to front. It's going in a downward direction like that, and this ammunition breaks up into fragments, and we have like these fragments basically coursing along the top of her back, going through the skin and the fatty tissue beneath in her upper back. So, and this one, before it actually hit the back, it went through the skull at the back right side of the back of her head, as well as the brain stem and cerebellum.
Thank you, Dr. Reamer. We're almost done. If you could have a seat real quick, and we will conclude the examination. Your Honor, also at this time, I would move in to evidence states 501, which is the diagram that Dr. Reamer did of the injuries to Maggie.
Defense.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Dr. Reamer, you mentioned that there was a slight difference or a difference in the stippling between the abdominal and the thigh wound, and which one seemed to be a little bit farther away according to your review of the evidence?
Yes, the gunshot wound to the abdomen was slightly further away than the gunshot wound to the left thigh.
And that could be consistent with Maggie and the shooter changing their positions in relationship to one another.
Yeah, people aren't completely just standing still. It could be that the shooter was moving closer toward her or moving a little bit back or she could have been moving, or a combination of the two. So I don't know what happened there, but I do know that the barrel of the gun was closer at the time it struck her left thigh, because the stippling is more tight concentrically and doesn't cover as wide an area as the one to the right side of the abdomen.
You've described the injuries to the front, and then the injury to the breast and to the head, and then this final injury to the back of the head. Could that be consistent with the shooter circling his victim?
Yeah, I think that only makes sense if there's some movement on the part of the shooter. We know the gunshot wound to the front of the body that's going up. If Maggie was bent over, either in air or on the ground, the shot would have been fired from behind her, right? From behind her, that's the only way it's going to go up and through the base of the chin area into her head, right? She's bent over. That's the way that it logically makes sense. Nobody's sitting on the floor, and you couldn't do that. And after that shot was sustained, the one that went through the front side, the vertical one, okay, it's vertical through her body, but most likely occurred while she was bent over, or then that's going to be an incapacitating shot because it went through her brain and caused her to fall to the ground. She's bent over, she gets that shot, she's going to fall face down, and then the last shot to the back of her head is going in the other direction. So that's going downward. So we have one going, so that only can occur if the wound to the left side of the front is somebody shooting from behind her, and then the gunshot wound to the back of the head is going downward while she's on the ground, indicating somebody's standing at at the top of her.
Was there a lot of blood accumulated in Maggie's abdomen?
Not that much. The thing about these wounds is there's so much tissue destruction that blood is just basically in all the tissues. So it's not like sometimes with even a small caliber bullet, there's a single clearly defined wound path, and I can take out blood from the abdomen. But in this case, there was so much tissue destruction. There was a lot of blood in the soft tissues, but not necessarily something I can scoop out and measure.
Did the lack of a lot of blood in the abdomen tell you anything about how rapidly these all occurred together?
Yeah, so if the wound stopped there to the abdomen and somebody walked away, she would have had more bleeding out of those tissues into the abdominal cavity.
In both Maggie and Paul, did you make any observations about their stomach contents?
Yes, so part of the autopsy, I'm not just looking at the wounds, I'm examining all of the internal organs, and this is how I knew it went through the pancreas and the kidney, because remember, I'm not just looking outside of the body. I have to do everything, look at all of the internal organs and dissect each one. And when examining the stomach, I will document the contents of the stomach, and they each had a lot of recently digested food fragments. So, they had a full stomach of food.
Were those stomach contents consistent with one another?
Yeah, they looked identical to each other. They were kind of gray tan, couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it may have included meat. I didn't see any corn or, green beans or anything like that. But whatever it was, they were identical to each other. And I believe she had 600 mLs, which is like it's 450 mLs is a pound, so it's like almost 1.5 pounds of food, and he had 500 mLs, which is a little bit more than a pound. But they looked similar, like they may have shared a meal together.
You testified that there was no defensive wounds on Paul. Did you observe any defensive wounds on Maggie?
No, nothing that would indicate any kind of a defensive wound.
Did you observe any damage to her fingernails or anything that indicated that she had been in a fight with her attacker?
No. That's also part of the autopsy. I'm, in addition to collecting clippings from the fingernails, I look carefully to see sometimes there's a fingernail broken, sometimes there's obvious tissue or blood underneath fingernails, and she didn't have any evidence of, material visually evident underneath her fingernails.
What about her toxicology? Did she have anything in her system? Any drugs or alcohol?
She had caffeine only, the same as Paul, and no other alcohol, no alcohol or other drugs other than caffeine.
Dr. Reamer, in your professional expert opinion, what was the cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty for Paul Murdaugh?
For Paul Murdaugh, shotgun wounds. Let me see what exactly I said. I said shotgun wounds to head and chest. Shotgun wounds of head and chest.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide, which means death at the hands of another.
And Dr. Reamer, in your expert opinion, what was, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the cause of death for Maggie Murdaugh?
Maggie Murdaugh died of multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide, death at the hands of another.
Death at the hands of another. One final question. Did you recover any fragments from Maggie Murdaugh during your autopsy?
Yes. So this kind of ammunition breaks up into fragments. That's how that's the nature of that ammunition, and so I recovered multiple fragments of projectiles.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as States 112, and do you recognize that?
Yes, so those are fragments I've recovered from Maggie's autopsy.
Thank you, Dr. Reamer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'm going to have an extensive cross-examination. Do you want to begin that tonight or first thing in the morning?
You want to begin it in the morning?
I think so. I mean, it's 5:45. It could go easily to 7, and I don't think the jury would, at this point, like to stay here. I don't, but.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the evening and start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Doctor, you may step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. If everyone will be seated. As we anticipate other witnesses tomorrow, are there any matters that the court needs to consider overnight regarding any matters of controversy or in controversy or outstanding issues regarding any witness?
Shockingly, no, Your Honor. Not on part of the defense.
Not on part of the state. The new information from GM we addressed this morning, and obviously the defense has that, and both sides are analyzing that, but I'm not, aside from that right now, I'm not aware of any specific issues the court needs to address.
The only query I will have, because we're again trying to arrange for people to fly in, and Monday is not going to be a court day, is does the Attorney General have any prognostication on when he might finish his case? I think with the GM material it will affect it somewhat. I just don't know how much.
Your Honor, we're still on target for Wednesday. That GM material is just confirmatory of the timeline that both sides have had, and it's being incorporated into testimony. We have a custodian coming, which I don't imagine will be an extensive witness. We're still on target for Wednesday, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess till 9:30.
All right.